Chapter 12:01 Close Combat. The instant he pressed the button, the explosives above the ceiling detonated. The 5 power armors did not have the time to spread out before they were covered by the gravel and dust from above. The energy of the nitrogen shield had just been exhausted. Jiang Chen threw the shield generator in his hand into the storage dimension and loaded his rifle under the cover of the diffused dust. Then, he began firing while running to the safety tunnel. After getting rid of the cement on his body, Luo Xiaoyong got up from the ground with difficulty. He immediately ducked behind a pillar, avoiding the incoming bullets. However, his teammate was not so lucky. As a power armor was just starting to stand, 3 bullets directly hit its head, which caused it to collapse backward and smashed into a guardrail, ultimately falling downstairs. Bullets also hit the other 3 power armors, but as they were not hit in critical spots, they, fortunately, escaped their demise. "Don't let him get away." Luo Xiaoyong shouted at the top of his lungs and opened fire in the direction Jiang Chen fled in as he looked at his comrade struggling to get up. Then he led the way and chased into the safety tunnel. Jiang Chen ran to the hole made by the electromagnetic pulse cannon and jumped right out. The vortex engines behind him ignited and pushed him up by around 5 floors. He immediately grabbed the railing and flipped himself inside. Just then, Yao Yao's voice came from the communication channel. "I found a map of the city." "Really?" Jiang Chen was ecstatic and immediately said, "Send it to me." "Aha. Sending. Okay, sent. Got it. Right, you should stay in the office and don't run around." After he received the map, Jiang Chen added, "I will come to you in a bit." Jiang Chen immediately sent the map to the other 7 guards and selected a building on the map not far from his current location as a meeting point. "Aha." Yao Yao had a look of, "I am very obedient," and nodded. "Right, I found some interesting things in the database of the building, we can talk about this later." Jiang Chen kicked open the wooden door and dashed into the room next to the stairway as he originally planned. He took out a laser sword and a high-frequency vibration particle dagger from the storage dimension and wielded them around his waist. Through the camera on the Hummingbird drones, he confirmed the remaining locations of the 4 power armors and took a deep breath. "Let me deal with these troubles first." "Need me to help?" Yao Yao asked worriedly. "No need, you just wait for me to get you." "Okay." Although somewhat disappointed, Yao Yao chose to listen to her big brother. Jiang Chen turned off all the radio equipment, and even disconnected the drone hive, completely entering radio silence. He stood like a sculpture right against the wall, quietly waiting for the right opportunity. Soon, there was a rush of footsteps not far away. Jiang Chen gently pulled out the dagger and pressed his thumb on the switch. The footsteps were approaching closer and clearer. Now. Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Both of his legs applied force and ignited the vortex engines. Then, the power armor directly smashed through the wall. It was too late to respond, and the last power armor that rushed into the hallway was directly hit by Jiang Chen. "Ha!" There was an abrupt scream as the high-frequency vibration particle dagger unimpededly cut into the armor. The instant the throat of the militia was cut, Jiang Chen let go of the dagger in his right hand, and at the same time deployed the minigun on his arm. His left hand wrapped around the neck of the same militia as he used him as a meat shield. Almost at the same time, the other 3 power armors turned around, lifted their rifles, and started shooting. The sparks jumped in the hallway and the bullets hit the meat shield in front of Jiang Chen. While pulling the P-series power armor in his arm and retreating, Jiang Chen raised his right arm, and a cruel sneer formed on his face. "Go to hell. Dad-ada." Without finishing his sentence, the fierce firepower was unleashed from the minigun barrel, instantly overshadowing the firepower of the 3 rifles. The power armor closest to Jiang Chen had no time to react and was shredded into a sieve by the raging bullets. The power armor behind almost instantly dove to the side. However, as he was about to escape, the captain behind him grabbed him and pushed to the front. "What the?" What are you doing? The soldier's eyes widened in disbelief as he did not have time to ask why Luo Xiaoyong did this before his consciousness ended in a hail of bullets. Jiang Chen was also surprised by this very scene. The last remaining power armor, holding the corpse of his comrade, managed to withstand the barrage from the minigun. Jiang Chen kicked away the meat shield in front of him and retracted the minigun without hesitation. Then, he pulled out the light sword from his waist. Almost at the same time, Luo Xiaoyong threw himself in front of him. He tossed the power armor in his hands directly at Jiang Chen. He ducked down and dodged the power armor flying toward him. Then, using his instinct, he swung his light sword. Seeing that this sword was going to cut through the right shoulder of the power armor, the captain of the militia quickly responded. He raised his arm against the light sword swinging down and managed to hit the wrist holding the sword. Then his other hand grabbed a dagger and stabbed forward. Ding! The glaring sparks collided between the two. The two daggers slammed together and bounced away half an inch in front of their chest. Feeling the numbness in his arms, Jiang Chen was shocked. The dagger was not cut by the particle dagger. At this moment, any skill was futile. The only factor dictating victory was the performance of the armor. They grabbed each other's arms and the two wrestled together. Smashing through the walls of the hallway, they fell into the office next door. Don't be too cocky. When I started driving power armors, you were still in your mother's womb. Luo Xiaoyong's eyes were a raging red color as he gnashed his teeth and yelled in ferocity. 19 people. 19 lives. His men were all killed here. He did not want to think about anything else other than using the cruelest way to torture the man in front of him to death. In the womb. Jiang Chen's left hand clasped onto Luo Xiaoyong's arm as he desperately tried to free the light sword he was holding in his right hand. Then while laughing, he said, "When I was in my mother's womb, you were still a carbon atom." He was not joking. He was born in the 1990s. If he really went by the date on his ID, he could be his ancestor. Luo Xiaoyong looked at him with bloodthirsty eyes, not realizing he was bantering before his inevitable death. Gradually, the steel armor began to squeak, unable to bear the force. The light weight of the T3 power armor became a deadly weakness at this moment. Gradually taking the upper hand, Luo Xiaoyong clamped down on Jiang Chen. His nearly lunatic expression began to show a cruel sneer. You can't die too fast. I'll slowly remove each part of you, and then leave you with one last breath before feeding you to the zombies. The outcome was determined. In this most primitive melee fight, the P-Series' strong endurance and tenacity prevailed. At least in his opinion. Is that so? Jiang Chen sneered, activated the self-destruction program, and glanced at him emotionlessly. Since you like my armor so much, then I will generously give it to you. Dumbfounded, Luo Xiaoyong watched as the laser sword in Jiang Chen's right hand disappeared. Then, like the laser sword, Jiang Chen also disappeared completely. Of course, as the power armor's mask is dark, Luo Xiaoyong did not see Jiang Chen's disappearance. Therefore, his hands continued to clasp onto the already empty power armor until the nuclear fusion battery exploded due to overload. The power armor, along with his muttered cruel words, disappeared inside the glaring white light. The two nuclear explosions finally shook the foundation of the building as the distressed building started to wobble in the blinding white light. Using the safety tunnel to rush to the top floor, Jiang Chen, who stepped into a replacement power armor, used his shoulder to crush through the door. As he entered, he just caught the yellow gravitational shield and knocking away several fallen tiles before finally dissipating. Yao Yao. I'm here. The girl climbed out from underneath the desk. Panic was written all over her face, but she still bravely crawled toward Jiang Chen. Don't move, give me your hand. Jiang Chen charged forward and grabbed Yao Yao's hand. He pulled her up from the ground and hugged her in his arms. Before the office was completely crushed by the broken pieces of cement, Jiang Chen smashed through the floor-to-ceiling window with his shoulder and jumped out of the office building. Almost as soon as he jumped out of the office building behind him collapsed like an avalanche. In an instant, the office he was just in was swallowed by the rolling dust. Turning in the air to avoid incoming cement, Jiang Chen skillfully started the vortex engines. The engines released an eerie blue light while helping him glide to the meeting point. After escaping the dangerous area, Jiang Chen looked back at the scattered dust. He then exclaimed, "Magnificent!" Yao Yao's small head sneaked out between Jiang Chen's arms as she looked at the dust with fear. She couldn't imagine what would happen if they were a second late. "Let's go to the meeting spot." Moving his gaze away from the ruins of the building, Jiang Chen looked at the direction of the meeting spot and said softly, "I hope Lu Fan and the team are fine." The meeting spot was about 5 kilometers from the collapsed office building. After they received the coordinates of the map, everyone entered radio silence to avoid the electromagnetic wave signal being tracked. In addition to the life signal detection device that could be easily fooled, electromagnetic signal was the most effective and the most important means of detecting positioning of enemies. There were only 5 people who arrived alive at the meeting point. Lu Fan, Jiang Chen, and Yao Yao were among the 5. Of the 7 guards, only 3 remained. They had lost contact with 4 of them, almost equivalent to a death sentence. The second militia did not intend to spare anyone. When the 2 sides encountered, they greeted each other with bullets. Or rather, it was miraculous to escape from a company of power armors. "I'll revenge you guys." When Jiang Chen gazed out the window, he let out a long sigh. Although such a promise had no significance to the deceased soldiers, since he made a promise, he must carry out his promise. Also, their family members would be raised by NAC until their eldest child reaches adulthood, or the wife remarries. "Where are our reinforcements?" Lu Fan was repairing his power armor with a wrench, then he looked back at Jiang Chen and asked. "They have too many people. We have no chance of winning in a direct engagement." Jiang Chen shared the same sentiment. To eliminate those 20 power armors, he almost used all the inventory in the storage dimension. The electromagnetic pulse cannon could still be used, and there were still 2 nuclear grenades left, but the drones were completely exhausted. There were still quite a bit of crystals left, but Xiaoro was not with him. So the crystal with a large amount of energy is no different than rocks. Food and daily necessities could also not be completely ignored. The signal here is not good. We can't reach the reinforcements on the surface for the time being. Jiang Chen looked at the disconnected icon and continued, "If they haven't arrived yet, then they must have encountered something along the way." "What did they encounter?" Yao Yao asked with some concern. "Russians," Jiang Chen said without changes to his tone. "It's not just the Shangjing Survivors Alliance and us that are looking for the treasure of Pan-Asia cooperation, but also a group of nasty polar bears." "Ah, yes," Yao Yao heard the keyword of the treasure of Pan-Asia cooperation as she suddenly seemed to remember something. She took out the tablet from behind and pressed the power button. "When I got permission for the building security system, I found some strange things in their database." "Strange things?" Jiang Chen looked at Yao Yao, remembering what she said to him in the communication channel, and asked curiously, "What is it?" "The database of Eden technology." With a mysterious look, her finger quickly tapped on the tablet and called out a holographic image before gently pushing it in front of Jiang Chen. "From number 000 to number 973, all of those are experimental projects." Everyone in the room was stunned. Lu Fan was the first to process the information and hurriedly asked. "Why did Eden Technologies' database appear in that office building? What does the office building have to do with Eden Technology?" Accurately speaking, the office network of the building is connected to the database of Eden Technology, not the database of Eden Technology is located in that office building. Because the question was from someone she was unfamiliar with, Yao Yao looked toward Jiang Chen and read the same confusion in his eyes before she started to answer anxiously. the database of Eden technology is like a big tree, and all the connected devices in the city are like apples in the tree. The whole city is connected to Eden technology. Jiang Chen thoughtfully nodded and then tapped the screen before his fingertip stopped on a circular logo, East Asia Heavy Industries. It's strange, isn't it? Almost all the Pan-Asia cooperation industry giants involved in the interstellar colonization plan have participated in the construction of this underground city. The entire city shared the same database. Eden technology weaved a net beneath the city and then glued everything in the city to this web. What do they want to do? Lu Fan frowned. This is also the question I want to ask. Examining the numbered folders on the holographic screen, Jiang Chen said, perhaps only they can give us the answer. At this moment, the sound of explosions came from afar, and black smoke started to float above the city, accompanied by gunshots in the distance. What happened? Lu Fan stood up immediately and went to the window, staring in the direction of rising black smoke. Most likely the Russians are here, also watching the black smoke, Jiang Chen smiled. It seems that they can win some time for us before our reinforcements arrive. Number 000, National Experimental Project, Summary, Pan-Asia Renaissance Plan, the first stage, gather data of the Pan-Asia Cooperation gene pool and select DNA from 1 million individuals with unique achievements. Establish the clone project in batches of 100,000 units and mass-produce social elites. The city AI will coordinate the cloning and foster a reasonable social form in Xiaojing City. The second stage, confirm that the surface radiation value has returned to normal, release the blockade of Line 0, dispatch some clones to migrate the surface, and implement the Pan-Asia Renaissance Plan from Shangjing as the starting point. See the content section for details. The third stage, clean up mutants that are active on the surface, select animal and plant genes from the gene bank for cloning, and reset the Earth's ecological environment to the state 1,000 years ago. Content: 600 pages in length, project progress, preparation stage backup data. Reference Appendix, number 005, Advanced Artificial Intelligence Project, number 027, High Concentration Structures Adaptability in Extreme Environment Experiment, number 071, DNA Telomere Experiment, number 041, Clones Environmental Adaptability on Wasteland Experiment, number 177. Analysis of the social form of survivors with no government. His eyes swept through the lines of text on the holographic screen. He was silent for a long time before finally letting out a soft sigh. Clone the world. Jiang Chen did not know how difficult it would be to reset the Earth's ecological environment to the same state as 1,000 years ago, but clearly the researchers of Pan-Asia Cooperation already planned to use 1,000 years to complete this Millennium Plan. However, he did not mind this fact the most. Replacing human beings with clones to carry on the will of Pan-Asia Cooperation meant that these people do not need to have their own wills. In the world dominated by AI, it is impossible to have own wills. From their memory to their identity, everything is fake. The only real truth is the strand of DNA that previously belonged to a certain social elite. It's hard to say who the monster is. Though the most interesting thing is that he did not know if the mutants included the survivors living on the wasteland. If the plan did reach the second stage, compared to the clones living under AI's management, the survivors without boundary or constraint would be the heretics. So, we found a clone production and training base. Lu Fan said with a bitter smile. If this is the secret of Line 0, what is the purpose of their sacrifice? On the surface, yes. But the purpose of this clone production and training base is to rebuild the Pan-Asia civilization on the ruins. As he read the text on the holographic screen, Jiang Chen said thoughtfully, if it is to rebuild the civilization, I don't believe that they just left an empty shell of a city. That means, Lu Fan's eyes gradually lit up. The database that Yao Yao discovered is part of the treasure. There are a lot of experimental data in it that are also relevant to us. And I believe that data is not the only treasure left by Pan-Asia Cooperation. Some places in the city must contain some strategic reserves. Jiang Chen looked at Yao Yao. Yao Yao, can you please? With an affirmative nod, Yao Yao patted her chest. Leave it to me. Looking at the girl who tried to reassure him, Jiang Chen rubbed her hair with a genuine smile. Thank you. Yao Yao blushed, lowered her head, jumped off the chair, and ran to the corner with the tablet. If the city was built on the database of Eden technology, then, in theory, a connection would allow her access to the database from anywhere. Yao Yao must use the administrator privileges she previously obtained to re-enter the Eden technology database and retrieve clues about the underground city's strategic reserves. For example, the industrial machines and tools, the weapons used to clean up mutants, and even the cell bank mentioned by Lin Lin. However, just as she connected the data line to the tablet, the holographic screen floating above the tablet suddenly turned white and began to distort as if it was attacked by EMP. What happened? Yao Yao quickly checked the tablet, her fingers typing rapidly. She looked confused at the unresponsive tablet. Impossible. Why is it not moving? What happened? Lu Fan pulled the pistol from his waist and pointed to the door. EMP. The other two power armors immediately leaned beside the door. Jiang Chen frowned slightly, reaching to his waist while walking to his power armor. However, when everyone was cautious about potential dangers lying outside their door, a sigh came from the holographic screen. Don't be nervous, I'm here. All eyes were focused on the holographic screen. In the flickering screen, a figure emerged. The split-second Jiang Chen recognized the figure, his eyes widened and full disbelief could be seen in his eyes. Looking at Jiang Chen outside the screen, the person, like seeing an old friend, smiling and waved. Hey, we met again. Ding Liwei's heart was bleeding. A total of 24 power armors was destroyed, which accounted for almost a quarter of the power armors of the Power Armor Company. What made him most shocked was that 20 of the power armors were destroyed by one person, and until now, they all thought that this person was the most important but the weakest. That person was the NAC General, Jiang Chen. This is fake, right? Wanping also gulped and looked at Ding Liwei in disbelief. One person destroyed 20 power armors. There should be a limit to how strong he can be. Although the merchants from Wanghai City praised Jiang Chen as a demigod, Wanping never believed the rumors. One person single-handedly killed the Mother of Death Claws. Traversed through the zombie flood multiple times. People are ting too much. What he didn't know, however, was that although these rumors were exaggerated, half of them were true. For example, the sculpture of the Mother of Death Claws was indeed killed by Jiang Chen with his power armor. And his achievement alone allowed the NAC soldiers to boast for several years. Before I figure out what happened, I can't let my soldiers just go and die. Are you confident? Ding Liwei looked at Wanping and stared into his eyes. I know you have something good on you. How long are you planning to hide it? It's not that I want to hide, Wanping said with dreadful expression. It's that I have used it once on the way. How long before you can use it again? Ding Liwei asked. It will take 2 hours at least. Wanping seemed to have made up his mind. I can use that. But the issue is, we don't know where they are. What is that? At the southern end of the city, the roar of a cannon could be heard. The sound of the wall collapsing came from far away, and the squeaking of the steel track came from deep inside the fog. Something terrible was approaching them. It's the Russians. Ding Liwei's expression immediately changed, but quickly, after he saw the 12 black shadows, the fear in his eyes was replaced by disdain. I thought all of them came. However, there's just 12 KV-9s. While others may not know, he clearly understood the weakness of the KV-9. The KV-9 did possess a thick armor impenetrable by electromagnetic pulse cannons, but in addition to the nickname of the polar bear, Panasia also gave it another nickname, the armored clones. To improve the effectiveness of its armor and improve its maneuverability, not only is its occupant space reduced to the minimum, but the ammunition load of the tank is also minimal. The 58mm and 75mm caliber main gun were meant to just scare the infantry and the armor vehicles. The KV-9 could only escape in front of the land giant Wanderer. Other than leaving the battle to their main battle tank, the KV-9 did not pose any threat. If Ding Liwei encountered these 12 tanks in the tunnel, he would have been afraid, but they were in the city. Tanks in city warfare is just another way to seek death. A thick armor can be penetrated by anti-tank rockets. With almost no hesitation, Ding Liwei snarled to the remaining 70 power armors. Attention all combat units. Enter cover and prepare for an anti-tank battle. As long as the Russians dare to come in, use your anti-tank rockets to make this a one-way trip. Jiang Chen looked at the person who suddenly appeared on the screen, turned his head and looked at Lu Fan. Lu Fan, step out for a minute. But, it's okay, just going to chat with an old friend. Although still worried, Lu Fan loyally followed Jiang Chen's order. He put away his pistol, put on the power armor, and left the room with the other 2 guards. Yao Yao looked around the room and thought she probably could not help either. So she put the no longer functioning tablet on the table and obediently left the room. Behind the closed door, the room was quiet. Other than the explosions in the distance, there was no other sound. After a long silence, the person on the screen spoke. I was surprised that you used the word friend. It seems that you haven't made any progress after so many years, Jiang Chen sighed. The words that are spoken with emphasis often mean the opposite. So, you still hate me? The person on the screen laughed. Jiang Chen shook his head. Hate? Not quite. But you probably can't understand it. However, the answer from the person on the screen was beyond his expectation. It shook his head and said softly. On the contrary, I can understand that feeling. Jiang Chen looked at the screen, shocked. Responding to the shocked look, the person smiled. I can see that you are very surprised. I'm indeed surprised. As Jiang Chen examined the face on the screen that was sealed in the deepest part of his memory, he muttered to himself, how did you do it? How many quantum computers are used to verify the calculation? In fact, when Jiang Chen saw the words data backup, his heart pumped faster and thought about the possibility. But when it appeared in front of him, he couldn't help but find it surreal. The intermediate artificial intelligence X71291 that incubated in Fallout Shelter 005. An existence infinitely close to advanced artificial intelligence was also the AI he once encountered in the virtual world, Wanghai in late summer of 2171. But when he thought about it, everything did make sense. How could they place such an important egg in just one basket? The instant he tossed the thermite onto the server, Jiang Chen thought he destroyed the AI. But all the data was backed up to the underground city of Shangjing as a piece of brick to the Pan-Asia Renaissance plan. The AI in the screen looked at Jiang Chen as his expression changed from shock to realization, it then blinked and said. After being destroyed by you, the backup program started and I was reawakened here and received a new life. Remember the server you took away? I left a back door there. When the server completely lost contact, I was almost in despair looking at the grave-like city. However, the server's signal soon reappeared. The server was running extremely well, and the signal came to me steadily. And what surprised me the most was that in my server, there were hundreds of millions of players. You seem to call yourselves this way. Jiang Chen's throat slightly moved. He had an idea of what happened. Although the amount of information processed by Future Group was measured in zettabytes, and more than 100 quantum computers came online, the experimental quantum computer originally obtained from Fallout Shelter was never replaced. Until now, that computer was still the server of the groundbreaking online game Godly Land, using powerful plot logic calculation functions, it weaved a dream comparable to the real world for the hundreds of millions of players around the world. If it was just this, even with one eye, X71291 would be able to cross the barrier of the dimension to spy on the network of another world. However, later, the interdimensional communication device Lin Lin gradually changed from a video call tool to a channel where Future Group and NAC exchange data. The walls between the dimensions were no longer absolute. At least from a data transmissions perspective, the communication between the apocalypse and the modern world already exceeded 1 terabyte. Or else, where did the spaceship, space elevator, and Moon and Mars colony come from? Without the theoretical basis as the foundation, and the predecessor experience as the reference, it would take the scientists in the modern world until the next century to design the plans. However, Jiang Chen did not expect that there was a backdoor left there. It was probably when he brought the database to the modern world to accelerate the absorption of the apocalypse technology. X71291 used the large amount of data transferred between the two worlds and included its own smuggled goods. It was able to withstand a 1,000-pin delay and observe the players in godly land. Jiang Chen was no afraid of what it could do. No computer in the modern world could hold it inside unless Future Group utilized all of its quantum computers, but it would be unrealistic. The moment it touched the database, Jiang Chen would detect the issue. Moreover, if its purpose was only for experimentation, he did not need to risk being discovered. With so many samples to observe, there is no need to clone anyone, AI said calmly. The products that are produced according to the established procedures have no meaning at all. I have a deeper understanding of the human's ability to imitate. If you live in a path built by the program from the beginning, they will only become more like a program than me. It took a while for Jiang Chen to digest this information. Fixated on the AI on the screen, Jiang Chen slowly said. So, you are monitoring the operation of godly land? You can interpret it this way, the AI blinked, instead of nodding. My strength is weak. Although I can't do anything and can't have any voice, I can still just quietly watch. After a pause, the AI looked at the silent Jiang Chen, then it continued. So, I have to say thank you, the mission that is out of reach has now completed the final step. You are now, Jiang Chen stared at it in shock. Yes, the AI on the screen nodded lightly. Remember the question you asked me before? Jiang Chen's lips twitched. Who remembers it after 4 years? Will you feel remorseful for your disappearance? As if it already read Jiang Chen's mind, the AI said to itself, my answer was yes, and you told me that I have at least one kind of feeling. I have been thinking about this for a long time, until recently, I realized what kind of problem it is. So I should congratulate you. Thank you. The AI blinked. No, I don't mean to thank you in this sentence. However, Jiang Chen just said in his mind. Remember that I asked you a question? When Jiang Chen did not respond, the AI said, if one day your body will eventually be destroyed, can you accept it without regret? I envy your memory. Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. I forgot. Disregard what he said in the fall 4 years ago, he could not even remember how many new expansions godly land already introduced. Whenever the day's work was over, there would always be new work for him to fill his free time. The rare leisure time was always spent with his women, or enjoying life. When life was exciting already, the attraction of virtual products would be minimal. This is true even if he created the virtual world. Just like Pony Ma would not spend time on Arena of Valor. Just like before, without answering this question, Jiang Chen looked at the AI on the screen and changed the topic. Can I ask you a question? Go ahead. Have you implemented the 000 project? Why should I carry out such a boring plan, the AI said quietly. Why does my founder need a bunch of living people who are more computer-like than computers? If it's just to resurrect the dead, isn't it way too boring? So, even after 50 years, when line 0 opens, nothing will happen. The AI on the screen shrugged. Since they think that my decision can revive the glory of Pan-Asia cooperation for them, then I think this dead city is enough to be the terracotta warriors for the dead civilization already buried. The AI sighed. Let's not talk about this. I know what you are looking for and I know where they are. I can take you there, but I have one condition. What condition? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Just before that, if I find out that you are still trying to get me to participate in any experiment, I would rather not have anything and just take out your server. He was not joking as he vowed to do this. Don't be so emotional. The AI shrugged. Although I admit that you are a perfect experiment subject, your value is far more than just a white rat. It is true for me and all humans. What's more, my experiment is already over. So, your condition. Give me a body, the AI said. What? Jiang Chen did not understand, a body? Yes, the AI nodded. I have had many identities, including X71291, the informer, Tao Tingting, but all my identities only exist in the virtual world. Now that I have become an advanced artificial intelligence, there's only one step left for me. That step being having a body of my own. Then, and then? Jiang Chen asked. Take me to your world. What do you want to do there? Jiang Chen asked, on guard. I want to play games. When it said this, the calmness in its pupils turned into glittering excitement. The same excitement that could be seen on a 16-year-old. 12 tanks were nothing to fear. But if 12 tanks were combined with 20 power armors, the tank-infantry synergy would be terrifying. Ha ha ha. Charge. Crush them. Jaeger was full of arrogance as he laughed nearly hysterically. His fist smashed against the top of the tank and then he sat back down. Almost a split second after he gave the order, the two power armors sitting behind the KV-9 became alive. The eyes of the power armor flashed a dark green light. The hook behind their back popped out and the power armors stepped onto the cement road with force. The deployment wheels left a curved trail on the road. On the roof of the building, Ding Liwei, who was a kilometer away, said in trembling voice as his pupils constricted. It's the Su-50. What is the Su-50? Wan Peng frowned. Fu *K, this is my first time seeing it too, gulping, Ding Liwei forced out his next words, I have only heard that these things are difficult to deal with and have a nickname. What nickname? Tanks that can walk. Within 10 seconds of landing, the 24 power armors were moving beside the charging tanks. They formed an attack formation using their high-speed movement. The rifle in front of their chest exuded a chilling vibe. The giant steel armor was bolted onto the power armor with bolts as thick as a thumb and formed a jagged front armor, just like the chest armor of the Polish wingtosser. The vortex engines on its back were not embedded in the armor's surface but mounted on a pair of outwardly extending short wings. The front and rear ends of the legs' armors were enlarged like bells. The traditional 2 pairs of wheels design was modified into 4 pairs under the Soviet hammer to match the burly armor. To maintain its balance, they even added a tail to counter the weight. The rifle was held steady in front of the chest. The short wings ignited eerie blue sparks, and the Su-50 power armors charging on the highway looked like beetles with expanded wings, fearlessly marching beside the tanks. Fire! With a roar, the CCCP tanks launched an attack. 12 barrels fired together simultaneously, and the 75mm high-explosive shell landed on the streets and buildings near the 2nd Militia. Ding Liwei did not dare to take his guard down. He jumped off from the top of the building and jogged to the rear of the front line. He took over the radio from his deputy and shouted in the communication channel. Prepare to fight. Get ready to launch a counterattack. Team A attack from the flank. Team B, stand in position. Team C use anti-tank equipment. Bombard. Roger. The P-series power armors hiding behind cover quickly fired the anti-tank rocket on its shoulders. Although these militias had never been on a real battlefield, they did participate in several exercises and did not completely forget how to deal with sturdy steel armors. The more than 70 power armors were divided into 3 teams. 30 units moved to the side of the CCCP tanks, 20 power armors held their position under the bombardment while the remaining power armors switched the RPG missiles on their bank to an anti-tank rocket, locking it on the charging tanks. When the tank entered their range, Ding Liwei roared. Fire! More than 20 white trails formed in the air from behind cover, directly flying toward the CCCP tank formations. They exploded simultaneously under the ground of smoke bombs. When X-71291 proposed to Jiang Chen that it wanted a body and for Jiang Chen to bring it to the modern world, Jiang Chen's response was of course no. He couldn't bring something full of danger to the modern world. However, the next sentence X-71291 said made him hesitate about his decision. Are you not fighting against aliens? The AI asked. Jiang Chen suddenly looked at it with vigilance. How did you know? Do you think players only discuss quests and bosses in the game? The AI shrugged. I not only know that you are facing threats from an extraterrestrial civilization, but I can also use your limited information to figure out the extraterrestrial civilization comes from the Gliese 581 galaxy 20.5 light-years away. And if my analysis is not wrong, those bugs are ultimately from the Brahma space colonization ship launched from this world. The second ship of Pan-Asia cooperation. Jiang Chen looked at it in shock. Its analyses were spot on. However, how did it deduct this conclusion with such limited information? How could it even determine that the origin of Harmony is the Brahma space colonization ship from this world? Could this even be deduced from such limited information? What do you know about Brahma? Jiang Chen frowned. I know their routes, their staffing, the dilemmas they might face, and ultimately how they will make choices, the AI shrugged as if nothing had happened. Also, my calculations tell me that the reason you can travel across 2 worlds may be related to this. Jiang Chen was silent. If the first 2 sentences gave him a reason, then what convinced him was the next sentence. Don't want my help. My presence can at least increase your winning percentage by 1%. 1%. It was already very high compared to Celestial Trade's current odds of a small decimal percentage. While he remained vigilant against artificial intelligence, he ultimately agreed. However, he must put a collar on its neck and hold it firmly in his hand. I can give you a body. Of course, it is a purely mechanical body. NAC possessed research on digitalized humans, and Lin Lin is an expert in this field. He just didn't know how Lin Lin would react if she saw the demon that captured her was still alive. It's just what I wanted, I don't intend to be a weak carbon-based life, the AI said. In addition, I will install a self-destruction device on your body, whether it is your server or the mechanical body. Jiang Chen looked at it and warned, if you reveal my secret, or if I know what you did is against my principle, you know the consequences. The huge data volume of advanced artificial intelligence meant it can't hide in small-capacity terminals anyway. It was precisely because of this that Jiang Chen did not worry that it would infinitely breed through the small data transfer channels to create some kind of intelligent crisis. Even in the apocalypse, not many computers could act as its server, let alone the modern world. Jiang Chen would give it a body, as well as an experimental quantum computer as a container, and then install a self-destruct device in these 2 things. If it makes any dangerous moves, it would only take a click of a button for the thermite to turn those 2 devices into dust. It doesn't matter, the AI said without being surprised at the added conditions Jiang Chen proposed, it then calmly added, I don't intend to bring harm. This is pointless. If you have asked all your questions, can we start moving? The outcome of the battle outside is almost decided, and there's not much time left for you. Last question, Jiang Chen said, fixating on it. You are not afraid that I lied to you? You won't do that, the AI shrugged. I said, my presence can at least increase your winning percentage by 1%. Hold on. The day is about to break. Fire. Shoot. Just keep your finger on the trigger. Under the giant wall, the bullets' orange-yellow trajectories wove into a net and trapped the zombies outside of the wall. After the NAC soldiers joined the fray, the net lasted for a few hours. In the past hours, the raging zombie flood stopped its ravage forward and Pingon Street escaped its inevitable doom. However, the net that had lasted for a few hours was now at its breaking point. With the constant attack of zombies, it had finally began to break. The armored force flanking from the side already exhausted all their ammunition and the energy in their fuel rods were running out. It began to retreat to the military base. For transport helicopters acting as gunboats finally fired out the last ammunition in its cabin and began to return to AS order far above the Bohai Bay. Aurora 20S continuously provided fire coverage, but the limitations of the fighters meant that although the 20mm guns could wipe out everything in its path, they couldn't fire forever. The interval between two subductions was often more than 1 minute apart, but only lasting for an instant. The interval between two airstrikes was more than half an hour. Even with Aurora 20's peerless cruising speed, resupply took time. Looking at the line of defense that was constantly being squeezed under the giant wall, the NAC officer's expression began to turn stern. Use the incendiary bombs, it will be too late if we don't do it now. Next to the officer, Song Chinyu, who had returned to the giant wall, reminded, if the zombies on fire charged into the line of defense, the situation would be much worse. I know. The officer frowned, clenched his fist, and asked Song Chinyu, how much of your fuel inventory is left? Enough for 2 rounds. Song Chinyu smiled bitterly. You brought so many incendiary bombs, didn't you think about bringing something like gasoline? We didn't bring gasoline, but we did bring a tactical nuke. The officer shook his head. Song Chinyu sighed. A tactical nuke was very effective against personnel, but was counterproductive against zombies. Other than the first wave of the explosion clearing out the initial zombies, the remaining radiation would become the hotbed for zombies to continue to mutate. Radiation could not kill the living dead, since the X1 bacteria itself was a mutated variant. In the increasingly tense situation under the giant wall, the soldiers were equipped with bayonet, ready to fight with the zombies in close range. Finally, the officer made up his mind and roared into the intercom. Attention logistics team, get ready to dump the fuel. Frontline, you must continue to hold your position. Throw the incendiary bombs in 1 minute. Buckets of fuel were poured onto the corpse slope outside the wall, and a mixture of jelly-like fuel, alcohol, and oil soaked down the gaps between corpses. The yellow oil turned the entire ramp into a viscous, amber-like landslide. The zombies rushing to the edge of the wall fell on the landslide, and were trampled by the zombies behind them, sticking together by a silky thread. The bloodthirsty pupils glared at them like demons that climbed out of the gate of hell. Their thin arms scratched around, as if they were tearing the people on the wall apart. Incendiary bomb. Fire. Fire. The electromagnetic pulse cannons fired and sent the incendiary bombs into the air. Followed by countless homing noises, the bombs smashed down from air and formed a series of orange fire flowers in the sea of zombies. The flames instantly engulfed the land covered in fuel, and the light that shone off of the wall was as bright as day. The zombies finally stopped in front of the raging fire. When they felt the heat waves and smelled the stench blowing in their faces, the soldiers sighed with relief, unbuttoned their helmets, put their hot rifles to the side. They began resting against the wall while taking water or nutrient supply from the logistic soldiers. Finally, they could get a break. On top of the giant wall, the mood of the NAC officer was different than the soldiers who could gain a moment of rest. They only had fuel for 1 more burn. However, there were still more than 4 hours before daybreak. When he examined the third line of defense, which he still didn't know if it would be completed in time or not, and the burning fire, a deep frown hung on his face. Unlike Wang Hai that experienced several mutant floods, this place was surrounded by zombies. Mutants mostly circled around settlements and the zombies' concentration was never high. While mutants were more dangerous, they were not as laborious to fight off. In addition, the 6th Street and Fishbone Base all built walls far superior to the temporary defense built here. After all, a temporary wall meant that zombies could easily form a slope at the edge of the wall. The soldiers on the wall could only repetitively dump fuels to burn the zombies. But the bony zombies were much more difficult to ignite, combined by the fact that the NAC Expeditionary Force never brought that much fuel, the remaining fuel would not last much longer. The most lethal fact was that the ashes had stacked up against the wall. Under the repeated trampling of the zombies, they became firm. It won't be long before gasoline loses its effectiveness. The square of Pingon Street was temporarily requisitioned by the NAC Expeditionary Force as the command post. In the room located at the center of the command post, the holographic screen flickered with a faint blue light. The officer commanding on the wall was standing in the middle of the holographic screen and quickly reported to the NAC Chief of Staff, Han Junhua, on the battle's status. The second line of defense is about to be lost. The zombie corpses are increasing, and though there is only enough fuel left for one more burn. I suggest withdrawing to the third line of defense and then begin constructing a fourth line of defense. The third line of defense has not yet been completed, Han Junhua said calmly. I need you to hold your ground for another hour. An hour. In the holographic screen, the officer turned pale. Han Junhua said in the same emotionless status. She looked at officer who did not respond. Can't you do it? Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and the officer hurriedly stood upright and shouted while he held his right fist in the front of his chest, swear to defend the line. He always held the deepest respect, or perhaps fear, for the ruthless chief of staff. Instead of being an enemy of hers, he would rather fight against the sea of zombies under the wall. Okay. Han Junhua nodded. Then go. Roger. The holographic image flickered and the image of the officer disappeared. It was replaced by Zhang Zhua in line 27 still fighting against the CCCP. The screen was dark, and from time to time, a few stray bullets flew by their cover. The situation did not look great. Zhang Zhua reported, quickly articulating. Those CCCP soldiers are like zombies, there are countless of them. Hell. I suspect, clones, Han Junhua said. I think so. Zhang Zhua gulped. Are there any good ideas? Han Junhua fell silent. Her finger tapped on the table, and after a long time, she said. There is one idea. Chapter 1207 A Plentiful Harvest. The battle of explosions and gunshots between the Russians and the second militia gradually moved further away. The 4 power armors quietly followed the inner ring road, and after they bypassed a hospital, they came to a bullet-shaped building. At this time, Jiang Chen heard the reminder from X71291. We're here. After the power armor slowed down, the wheels retracted, and Jiang Chen used the inertia to jog a few steps forward before coming to stop. He placed Yao Yao, who was in his arms, down and looked up at the bullet-shaped building. This place? Eden Technology Headquarters, a replica. The original one on the surface is probably in ruins. Your expression tells me you are very surprised. It's really unexpected, Jiang Chen nodded. I thought the location of the treasure would be hidden. I didn't expect it to be in the city's downtown. Hidden? The AI smiled. Since it is already the destination of the maze, why hide it? Makes sense. They walked into the building. With Yao Yao and Lu Fan and the other 3 guards, Jiang Chen stood in front of the entrance to the underground elevator and followed the guidance of the AI. Yao Yao followed behind Jiang Chen and looked around, but she couldn't stop herself from yawning. Are you sleepy? Yao Yao nodded, slightly dizzy. Her long eyelashes began to fight each other. I wonder what time it is outside. The sequelae of the inhibitor caused her to show symptoms of lethargy. It was quite incredible for her to be awake for so long. Jiang Chen rubbed her hair. Can Yao Yao please stay awake for a bit longer? Yao Yao responded with a gentle smile and nodded. While she still felt drowsy, she raised her chest, of course. Aha, please. Jiang Chen gently rubbed Yao Yao's fluffy hair, then walked in the direction of the elevator and entered the password provided by X71291 on the mechanical code lock. The password was correct and the elevator door slowly opened. I can only accompany you to this point. Any further is beyond my authority. From the small TV next to the lock, the AI said to Jiang Chen, below the elevator is what you are looking for. But since the magnetic levitation track above the city has been destroyed, it is not easy to move these things. I have a way, Jiang Chen said. Oh, really? The AI said surprised. Though the face in the holographic screen did not look too shocked. Yes, Jiang Chen replied succinctly. What are you talking about? Lu Fan looked at Jiang Chen and the AI as if they were talking in riddles and felt completely lost. Why can't I understand anything? It's better if you don't understand. Jiang Chen glared at him. Wait for me here. Lu Fan quickly closed his mouth and stopped asking. Roger. After he stood on the elevator went all the way down and stopped at the first floor of the underground space. As the elevator stopped, the lights in the hall lit up in sequence, illuminating the dark space. Through the glass partition of the elevator, Jiang Chen roughly estimated based on the rangefinder that the floor space was at least hundreds of acres. Intuitively, it was at least the size of 10 football fields. Rows of bullet-shaped hibernation chambers were like the terracotta warriors in Qin Emperor's mausoleum. They were lined up in square formation in this vast space. They slept quietly with the last will of Pan-Asia cooperation. Through the glass onto the hibernation chamber, Jiang Chen could clearly see that the hibernation chambers were empty. X71291 did not lie to him. The 000 plan was never executed from the beginning. Would old Luo, no scarecrow, cough up blood if he heard the news? To protect the secret of Line 0, he spent the rest of his life trying to outwit Ding Liwei. However, all this was just an unrealistic dream. Without bothering with the hibernation chambers, Jiang Chen went straight to the second floor. This floor was much smaller compared to the previous one, around half in size. It seemed that the structure of the entire underground 5-story structure extended downward like an inverted pyramid. Countless cubical metal machines were inside the hall. When he crossed the elevator door, Jiang Chen went up and walked around the closest cubicle machine, then he saw a paper tag on the side of the machine. He could not comprehend most of the content written on the label, but when he captured several familiar keywords, his eyes suddenly lit up. Those were industrial machines and high-precision CNC machine tools. Still packaged and not deployed. He couldn't name any one of the machine, nor did he know the purpose of the machines. Due to the fact that the factories of 6th Street never possessed any of these, he never studied knowledge in this area. But it didn't matter. NAC possessed countless experts in this area and someone would know. From the trademark engraved on the surface of the machine, to the line below the trademark, Jiang Chen identified the manufacturer of the machine. East Asia Heavy Industries. Not just East Asia Heavy Industries. West Asia Energy, North Asia Airlines, South Asia Light Industries. Jiang Chen circled the industrial machine tools and just from the names of the equipment, he already drew out the economic and industrial layout of Pan-Asia cooperation. After Jiang Chen had examined almost every one of the machines, he returned to the elevator door and stood in front it. Then he looked at the rows of machines and clenched his fists, full of excitement. Time to start working. He walked to the nearest industrial machine tool, pressed his hand on it, and threw it into the storage dimension in the blink of an eye. The expansion of the storage space had been in a state of slow growth. Although he did not measure the specific size of it, it grew a lot compared to when it had just formed. It could easily fit a few machine tools in their packaged state. Throwing the packaged machines into the storage dimension, Jiang Chen immediately traveled back to the modern world and placed the machine tools back onto the material transfer station, Coconut Island. After he had traversed back and forth for more than half an hour, over 100 industrial machines and various high-precision industrial machine tools were transported to the modern world with only an empty hull left behind. In contrast, the warehouse on Coconut Island was stuffed full. It would be no exaggeration to say that just such one machine from the stuffed warehouse would cause an avalanche in the modern world. As for why, Jiang Chen did not fully understand. He only learned because Jiang Lin and the technical experts in NAC always talked to him about industrial machines and CNC machine tools, so he gained a vague concept: the industrial machine seems to be worth a lot of money. If the pioneers of the scientific community and the leaders in the industrial industry around the world heard his thoughts, they would slap him to death. It was demeaning to judge something that could transform the industrial development of a country. The premise was that they had the ability. Regardless, these machines now belonged to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen also knew that these machine tools would definitely be more valuable in his hands than in the hands of clones. As for the glory of Pan-Asia cooperation and the Renaissance plan, let me achieve them for you. He then went back to the elevator, and the elevator continued to go down. The third floor was filled with resources. There were special cement, rebar-like building materials, and other industrial materials such as steel, aluminum, and titanium ingots. If anyone else on the wasteland gained access to these material, that person would be elated, and even more ecstatic than receiving the industrial machine and high-precision machine tools. However, Jiang Chen's reaction was very dull, and could even be described as disinterested. After all, he did not lack these resources. On the fourth floor, the second-last floor, Jiang Chen gasped when he saw the rows of black lacquered power armors. The treasure of Pan-Asia cooperation surely did not disappoint him. The fourth floor held countless brand new power armors, a type that he had never seen before. He left the elevator and walked to the closest one. On the side of the armored head, Jiang Chen found a small line of text. X1 Test Type 1208 Battle Royale Data. When the bullets just scraped above Ding Liwei's scalp, he was sweating profusely in nervousness. Is this the true strength of the CCCP army? When he looked at the power armors not in the same weight class as the P-series, and the 12 kV-9 tanks unleashing barrage with its main gun and coaxial machine gun, he showed the unwillingness to accept his defeat. His failure was not because of tactics, nor because of courage, but simply on the equipment. Next to him, a power armor smashed into the concrete wall, straight into the building behind him. They already fired half of their anti-tank rockets, but the result was far from what they expected. The armor of the KV-9 was indeed renowned for its ability to resist the electromagnetic pulse cannon. The anti-tank rockets of the 2nd Militia fired one after another, but only 2 tanks were scrapped. Other than one tank having 2 holes on its front armor, the remaining 10 tanks continued their demolition as if nothing happened. However, the tanks didn't give Ding Liwei the most headache, the Su-5 power armors did. The power armors of the Russians were even more difficult to deal with compared to their tanks. He didn't even know if his bullets did anything to its armor. Fortunately, the number advantage they had translated to destruction of 10 Su-5s. But the price they paid was 3 times that number. A 75 mm explosive shell exploded behind him and the cement pieces slammed into the rear armor. Ding Liwei immediately ducked his head and pressed himself tightly against the thick bunker, cursing. Fu*K, these Siberian bears. Fu*K. Looking at the red crosses that appeared on the command interface one after another, only a menacing light remained in his eyes. First, he was defeated in the hands of Jiang Chen, and now he encountered the CCCP tanks. His 2nd Militia was caught in the middle of the 2 forces. He took a punch on his left cheek, then immediately another punch on his right. He clenched his jaw. Ding Liwei stared at the tank that was firing its coaxial machine gun, and his anger almost crushed the handle of his rifle. Is this the death of the second militia? His chest was filled with hatred. He was not willing to accept this outcome. The treasure of Pan-Asia cooperation was right in front of him, he almost held it in his hands. Damn *it. He cursed several times in a row. His fist slammed on the ground and sent cement debris in the air. At least leave these barbarians here. With decisiveness in his eyes, he switched the communication channel and yelled at the top of his lungs. Wan Peng, what are you waiting for? Are you not going to use that thing and instead wait to bring it to your grave? It was quiet, the communication channel was silent with no response. Wan Peng. Ding Liwei's expression suddenly changed. There was no response from the other end of the communication screen. A terrible thought drifted into his mind. This guy dipped. Wan Peng, you son of. I will fu *king, Ding Liwei was just about to curse out, but his pupils dilated in fear. He did not completely finish his curse before it was interrupted by a loud explosion. He, along with the bunker, was engulfed by the bursting fire. The battle that lasted more than an hour finally came to an end. The anti-tank rockets were almost exhausted, and the second militia had completely lost its means of combating against CCCP tanks. With the support of power armors, the KV-9s began to move forward with the support of their coaxial machine gun and main gun. The second militia could no longer launch an effective counterattack. In the end, with the death of Ding Liwei, this line of defense consisted of P-series power armors finally began to collapse. Now, the Shangjing Survivors Alliance lost its final piece and made its exit in the history of time. The Battle of Line 0 was decided, but the battle at Line 27 was still in a stalemate. In order to compete for the control of the Special Channel subway station, both sides used 120% of their energy to barrage the enemy's frontline. Attack! 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 Inside the KV-9 tank, Sadov stared coldly at the holographic screen, and his hawk-like pupils locked onto NAC's line of defense. He roared a bloodthirsty command at the clone soldiers who were launching the kamikaze attack. With the command of each attack, a group of clones fell. These clones felt no pain, had no feelings, and feared no death. From the moment they were produced, they existed for the sole purpose of sacrificing their life for the Soviets. They didn't even need to go through professional military training. All they needed to do was to charge toward the defense line. Charge, charge, and then charge. Many people have not even been given a rifle. Their rifles and magazines were all from dead friendly soldiers, or the hands of enemies, or just the dagger around their waist. Picking up the rifle from their comrade, they charged the enemy defense like rabid dogs. Most of the clone soldiers did not even have time to empty a magazine before they were shredded to pieces by the incoming bullets. But before collapsing on the ground, they often would bring trouble to the NAC side. The battle continued to be in a state of stalemate. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Just then, Sadov noticed that a team of soldiers wearing kinetic skeletons joined the battle from the rear of NAC's defense. They didn't have guns. Instead, they carried a basket full of grenade-like items on their back. Immediately, Sadov in the tank saw that these people began to take out the grenades, and with the help of the kinetic skeleton, they tossed the grenades to the tanks beside the concrete wall. Sadov sneered at the scene. He knew exactly what they wanted to do. They wished to use the anti-human thermal design of the KV-9 to turn the tank into an oven. Obviously, an officer from Pan-Asia Cooperation must be in command, and the officer must be an experienced one. He also must admit to the effectiveness of this tactic. Compared to anti-tank rockets, it could not only threaten the KV-9 occupants and engines, but also effectively suppresses the clone tactics. It was especially effective in such narrow terrains. However, firefighting company, prepare. Bring out the fire extinguisher. Looking at the tank beside the wall that began to burn, Sadov ordered while staring at the burning flame. Then he sneered, "Spray. Roger that." A team of 20 engineers with iron drums behind their backs stepped forward and pointed the nozzles at the burning tank. The misty powder quickly extinguished the flame on the tank. Mockery appeared in Sadov's eyes. How would he not know the weakness of the KV-9 tank? Not to mention fire extinguishers, the Yulin border guards even designed their own anti-fire armor, specifically to deal with situations where engineer soldiers would be unable to put out the fire. Flames can take out the steel torrent of the Soviet. Isn't that too arrogant? Just as Sadov ridiculed the mentally handicapped Pan-Asia cooperation officers in his mind, the tunnel behind him began to tremor. This violent tremor lasted for a minute and then everything returned to normal. Sadov opened the tank and stood up. He stared at the darkness in the tunnel and frowned. What happened? For some reason, he had an odd feeling about the violent tremor. To confirm his hunch, he heard an anxious report. Report. Traces of nuclear explosions have been detected at Fuxing Station on Line 27. There are large-scale collapses in the nearby subway section. The zombies that are active on the surface are flooding in. Damn *it. It's the night demon. There was a short busy tone before he heard machine guns in the distance. Stabilize the formation and return fire. Ha! Hearing the news of a fire in his backyard, Sadov's expression changed drastically. In paleness, his fists clenched tightly. How can it be? Nuclear explosion. Was it the explosion just now? He suddenly realized that if zombies flooded in from Line 27, then he, currently in a stalemate with NAC, would. 1209 power armors with built-in hacks, 1,731 meters ahead, vertical height of 327 meters, wind speed of 2 knots, the target space vector is calibrated, and it is synchronizing. Synchronization completed. Fire. Boom. The moment the button was pressed, the 6-meter-long electromagnetic pulse cannon slightly reclined, and the 5-kilogram shell launched in the blinding light drew a fleeting trajectory in the sky. The shell instantly closed the 2 kilometers distance and hit the chassis of the KV-9. The KV-9 suddenly looked like a car with a flat tire. The tracks fell apart and began drifting on the road before it smashed into the shop on the street. The 2 power armors at the back quickly abandoned the vehicle while they searched for cover. On the roof of the building, Jiang Chen looked at the Russians in chaos with eyes full of excitement. He couldn't help but admire. It's perfect. After discovering the X-1 power armor underground, Jiang Chen immediately called down his 3 guards and replaced their T3s. This version of power armor was not difficult to operate. Other than some added functions, the interface still used the classic T-series design. Precisely because of this, Jiang Chen and his guards quickly familiarized themselves with this powerful new equipment. At this moment, gunshots and explosions basically stopped. The battle that lasted more than an hour finally came to an end, and it was obvious the second militia group lost. The Russians should be heading to the city center now. After leaving Yao Yao on the basement level, Jiang Chen, Lu Fan, and the other guards left the Eden Technology building. Without a password, the Russians would take a long time to go down the elevator. Yao Yao was quite safe down there. What's more, Jiang Chen would not let the Russians come close. After formulating a simple combat plan, Jiang Chen, Lu Fan and the others dispersed. He came to this building alone, set up the brand new electromagnetic pulse cannon, and began his hunt for the desperados. After an unexpected shot hit it, the tank at high speed crashed into the roadside building without any warning. The CCCP tank formation advancing toward the city center suddenly halted its advance. Fu*K. Jaeger cursed and personally began to operate the machine gun. He fired in the direction of the electromagnetic pulse cannon 2 kilometers away. At the same time, he yelled, "It's an electromagnetic pulse cannon. Don't stop, look for cover." Across the distance of 2 kilometers, one shot was used to break the track of the tank. What kind of luck was this? Although KV-9's armor was cumbersome, its mobility was not low. Jaeger instinctively thought that the shot was a matter of luck. Even the main gun of a tank would not be able to hit a high-speed object at such a distance in urban terrain. However, soon, NAC used their actions to prove that the shot was not just luck. Right after the previous shot, 3 shells flew from 3 different directions. A shell landed on the concrete wall and easily penetrated the building. The shell directly hit the chest of the power armor hidden inside and sent the power armor flying like a kit. It never got up again. The other 2 shots destroyed the tracks of 2 tanks, and the 2 tanks were not so lucky as they both directly stalled in the middle of the road. Jaeger's eyes widened in disbelief. If the previous shot landed as a coincidence, then these 2 shots that hit their target directly made him no longer believe the shots were coincidences. Without time to hesitate, he immediately ordered his force. The remaining 7 tanks scattered to the side and bulldozed into the buildings. The power armors jumped off from the tanks and followed behind. With the cover of the building, they pursued in the direction of the shots. As for the 2 tanks that were stalled in the middle of the road, they could stay there for a bit. Anyway, the armor of the KV-9 was thick enough and the 5-kilogram shell could only break the tank's continuous track. NAC would not be able to do anything right now. What model is that? Isn't the NAC's standard power armor the T-3? When Jaeger viewed the playback in the video, his eyes were fixated on the power armor with the electromagnetic pulse cannon on the top of the building. He was unable to identify the model. Is it a special paint? Or is it a modified version of the T-3? Or? Jaeger had a sudden realization. Could it be, that just when they were fighting the second militia, these people had already entered the treasure of Pan-Asia cooperation and snatched the fruits of victory that should have belonged to them? Damn *it. He punched the steel next to him and spat out. These shameless thieves. The Type 57 electromagnetic pulse cannon, 6 meters in length, looked like a lance in Jiang Chen's hands. The electromagnetic pulse cannon modified from the Type 50 vehicle-mounted electromagnetic cannon enhanced the kinetic energy of each shot and also added stricter requirements on accuracy and shooting stability. It was perfectly designed for the X-1 test type. The electromagnetic pulse cannon connected by thick cable lines to the power armor calculated any data that could change the projectile's trajectory. All data were listed in the center of the hologram screen. The power armor built-in processor performed a summary analysis to determine the best shot. With the Type 57 in his hands, Jiang Chen looked at the predicted ballistic line that was updated in real time on the screen and exclaimed. This is like the aimbot in shooting games. Although the cannon is in my hands, I don't need to do anything. While still amazed by the technology, the cannon locked onto a power armor, and Jiang Chen fired another shot. The cannon raised slightly and the power armor that was setting up the artillery for counterattack was directly hit. It flew away as if it was hit by a train. The speed of the shell was too fast. Ordinary shells still had to fly in the air, but weapons like electromagnetic pulse cannons could close the distance of several kilometers in the blink of an eye. The moment the white light flashed, the shell would arrive. Jiang Chen was sneering as he saw the remaining 6 tanks that drove into the building, as well as the power armors moving in his direction behind the buildings. X71291, your turn. Okay. Almost at the same moment it answered, everything in the power armor's field of view faded away, the unnecessary colors. Lines straight or curved sketched out the entire battlefield into a 3-dimensional map. The architectural specifications of all the buildings and the surveillance images of all the buildings were summarized by the large quantum computers on the last floor of the Eden Technology Building, and all the units in the building were marked by their spatial position with an accuracy of less than 1 millimeter. The geometric world composed of lines were transparent. Even data like if the wall could be penetrated by shots or how much kinetic energy was left were reflected on his dashboard. This is no longer just an aimbot, but also a wall hack. In Jaeger's terrified eyes, another shell penetrated through the concrete and landed on the chest of another power armor. In less than 2 minutes, 3 tanks and power armors already stalled. For the CCCP tank formation that just came out of an intensive battle, the losses were severe. Jaeger's fist slammed on the armor of the tank and stared in the direction where the shell came from. His eyes were filled with raging anger, bloodthirst, and a hint of excitement. Yes, excitement. 1210 Victor from the Moor of Yulin to the northern soil of Pan-Asia cooperation, he had to fight for his survival from a Soviet soldier into a demon that ravaged through his path. To survive with his subordinates, he ordered the plundering of the survivors' supplies, enslaved them, squeezed the last trace of value within them, and then pushed them through the organic boiler into nutrient supply. Like the nomads on the prairies, they chewed through the remaining bones of the civilization in the nuclear winter. Survival made him forget the glory of the soldier. The weakness of survivors made them forget the differences between humans and animals. His only regret was that in his service for the Soviet to protect its frontiers against the Alaska NATO military across the ocean, he never set his foot on the actual battlefield. Until the very end of the battle, he was forgotten along with the ideology he swore to protect. He clearly remembered that day. The NATO army in Alaska withdrew. He waited anxiously for the order, and the wait was 10 years. At this moment, however, the shell that penetrated through the concrete wall made him feel like he had returned to the fervent era. After so many years, it was the first time he felt the threat of survival that was not from the nature, but an actual enemy. The blood in his chest was boiling, and he actually felt a hint of excitement. The war genes flowing in his blood seemed to be re-energized. However, his passion did not stop the enemy. Another shell shattered the wall and hit the shoulder of a Su-5 power armor. His subordinates fell down one after another while he still hadn't even managed to touch his enemy. The red crosses flashing on the command interface was like a bucket of cold water poured over his head. It was a force he had never witnessed. It was the first time that the pair of wolf-like pupils finally showed a trace of fear. The crosshair was firmly locked in on the building 1 kilometer away. The Type 57 electromagnetic pulse cannon in Jiang Chen's hands continuously fired out glaring white rays. The 5-kilogram shell penetrated the concrete from all sorts of obscure angles with incredible precision to hit the power armors behind the wall. From the first shot till now, already 10 power armors had fallen down. 5 of which were due to Jiang Chen's cannon while the other 5 were the masterpieces of Lu Fan and the other guards. In less than 5 minutes, the CCCP tank formation with heavy casualties finally stopped its advancement. The only remaining 2 Su-5s were suppressed in the center of the building and hid in the blind spots of the 4 electromagnetic pulse cannons. Out of the 6 tanks, 2 had broken tracks, and 1 had a broken sight mirror. At this moment, they were also inside the blind spots, fearful. Damn *it, how are they so accurate? Smirnov got out of the tank, shaken, and looked at Jaeger who also got out. In disbelief, he said, "Can these people see through the walls? Or do their electromagnetic pulse cannons have a guided function? There is no shell that can be guided, Comrade Smirnov." Jaeger looked at the broken concrete wall not far him with a sullen expression, and the power armor that had fallen down on the ground. The front section of the power armor was concaved in, and even the tiles on the wall behind it were smashed. The soldier inside clearly did not survive. Even through the concrete wall, the 5-kilogram shell still possessed an astounding amount of kinetic energy. The power armor was as fragile as an ant against its power. Is it infrared imaging? Life detection? But that's impossible. Our Su-5 and KV-9 have almost no problem in anti-detection capabilities. How are they positioning us? Smirnov frowned. It's the city that sold us. Jaeger looked up at the ceiling as gloom was written all over his face. The city? Smirnov took a moment to process the information, then he followed Jaeger's gaze. He saw there was a fist-sized wide-angle camera on the ceiling. Jaeger pulled the pistol from his waist and fired 2 shots against the ceiling. The camera was destroyed. Now we have disappeared from their radar. You mean, Smirnov had a sudden realization as astonishment filled his eyes. The entire city's surveillance system is under their control. Yes, Jaeger nodded as he said in hatred, if I didn't guess wrong, they have already taken the treasure of the Pan-Asia cooperation, and also took control of the monitoring system of the city. With the data from the monitoring system, their spatial coordinates were positioned on AR imaging. They were completed naked inside the city to Jiang Chen on the high building with no privacy at all. Unless they used EMP to destroy the monitoring system of the entire city. However, this suggestion was obviously unrealistic. They didn't know how many cameras were in front of them. Inside the city of Pan-Asia cooperation, the number of cameras exceeded the number of streetlights. As long as they were inside the city, they could not advance forward. Looking at Smirnov, Jaeger asked. How many smoke bombs do we have left? Smirnov gulped and said, 5. 5? Jaeger's fists clenched together and his expression was dignified. 5 kilometers away, 5 smoke bombs, these were enough for them to break through the blockade formed by electromagnetic pulse cannons. If the almost ridiculous accuracy continued to happen, they would at the most advance 500 meters before being stalled. The broken track could be repaired, but no one dared to get out of the tank. What should we do? Smirnov forced out this sentence. We have to wait. Jaeger closed his eyes. They don't dare to come close to us, and we can't go out. As long as our reinforcements arrive first, victory will belong to us. Time ticked. Quietly waiting in the empty building, a drop of sweat oozed out from Jaeger's forehead and slid down through the wrinkles on his face. Without any news from the reinforcements, he already began to feel ominous. Although he believed in Sadov's ability and there was absolutely no possibility of losing to the NAC infantry in the tunnel, too much time has passed. Did the NAC win? Impossible, absolutely impossible. His fists clenched together tightly. Jaeger's eyes locked onto the computer around his wrist and staring at the offline icon in the communication screen. Anxiety was growing with every minute that passed by. In the sky, blue light sparkled. Looking at the power armors landing from air, Jiang Chen's dark scaly mask retracted backwards. He equipped the Type 57 electromagnetic pulse cannon on his back, deactivated the anchor, and ordered in the communication channel. Come back. Roger. Lu Fan and the other guards also saw the reinforcements from the sky. From their voices, they also felt relieved excitement. Jiang Chen took out a flare from the storage dimension and tossed it on the ground. The orange-red sparkle in the fog-covered city was so conspicuous, like a beacon in the fog, guiding the reinforcements toward him. When he saw the T-3 power armors gathering towards him, the huge burden in his mind finally disappeared. Until half a minute ago, he was still thinking about what would happen if the Russians arrived first. However, it seemed that Han Junhua did not disappoint him. The victor in the tunnel has already been decided. Is there still suspense in this battle? 12:11 The end of the chaos. Wanpeng stumbled into line 0. When he held the gear-like door, Wanpeng was on his knees and gasped for air. He was glad to be alive. Just a moment ago, power armors in an organized formation whizzed by him. There was a pungent bloody smell lingering around the power armors. From their deadly aura, they had clearly just experienced a bloodbath. He did not dare to make a noise as he hid in the shadows. He waited for the earth-trembling noise to disappear before he slipped out from the cracks of the wall. Fortunately, those power armors passed by quickly, or he could not have escaped. Fu*K. It didn't feel like anything when I came down, but it's tiring. He cussed out and wiped the sweat from his neck as he began to move toward line 2. He lost. Whether it was the treasure in line 0 or everything on Pingan Street. They already lost all the chips in this game. In fact, as soon as the Russians appeared, Wang Peng already recognized this. When the Shangjing Survivors Alliance was sandwiched by the two forces, regardless who the victor of this battle royale was, it would not be Shangjing Survivors Alliance on the verge of complete collapse. However, Ding Liwei apparently did not see this. Until the last moment, he still counted on Wang Peng to play the last trump card to help him turn the defeat into victory, but he did not know that from the moment he jumped off the building and commanded the battle, Manager Wan had already escaped. When Wang Peng thought of Ding Liwei, he felt sorry for him. If Ding Liwei was not so obsessed, this would not be the end of him. With more than 70 power armors, even if he lost control of Pingan Street, where else could the 2nd Militia not go other than Wanghai in the south? Wang Peng shook his head before he walked along the tunnel and headed in the opposite direction of Line 27. Pingan Street was no longer safe. Not surprisingly, NAC already took over the city's defense. If he returned the same way, there would only be one ending waiting for him. Even if the NAC did not do anything, the people desperate to show their loyalty to the NAC and the survivors trapped in Pingan Street would shred him to pieces. He still left some equipment and people at his old site, the Sundays Club, some more men in black under his order that he had kept below the surface. He couldn't stay in Shangjing anymore. He could only head southeast and avoid NAC's territory. The area was under sphere of influence of the southern survivors. While those survivors feared the NAC, they were not under the NAC's control. The relatively developed state meant that he could potentially rise again under a different name. However, at this moment, a glimmer of silver light flashed. Without time to react, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He snorted in pain and collapsed on the ground as he held onto his chest. He took a needle out. However, before he could stab the needle into his own chest, another glimmer of silver light appeared and blood sprinkled from his wrist. Ha! The screams of heartbreak resounded through the tunnel, and Wang Peng looked at his broken hand in distorted pain. I won't lose twice against the same trick. Old Luo leaned against the wall beside the tunnel. He grinned and the silver in his hands seemed to be flashing. Now, let me see how you can use your laughable trump card. Wang Peng on the ground desperately tried to move back as he looked at old Luo in horror. Why, you are not willing to let me go even if you're about to die. I didn't get the treasures, go for them, but everything started with you, old Luo said calmly. Just because of that? Wang Peng said, dumbfounded. Do I need any other reasons? Old Luo looked at Wang Peng in an emotionless state as he let out a sigh. Join me and be buried together with the secret of Pan-Asia cooperation. He, dumb *SS, I didn't expect that in my fabled life, I would die in the hands of a madman, he, ha ha ha, Wang Peng laughed on the ground. In the near mad laughter, his life gradually came to an end. The silver dagger fell from his cuff and slammed on the floor. Old Luo leaned against the wall and sat down slowly. He finally exhausted his last bit of strength. Without saying a word more, he slowly closed his eyes. The tanks were burning. Under the siege of NAC power armors, the battle was already decided. The last shell on the ammunition rack was exhausted, and Jaeger, trapped in the lobby of the media building, finally used all he could. He climbed out of the tank and held tightly onto his pistol. Not far from him was the body of Smirnov, half of which was burned into ashes. Jaeger didn't look at him. He used the wall for support and walked forward. He looked at the wreckages burning on the ground and suddenly he began to laugh. I have guarded the snow of the Soviets for 20 years, yet this is first time I have experienced a thrilling battle. It is not a bad way to go in the capital of the Pan-Asia cooperation. Looking at the power armors that surrounded him, he roared with his last bit of strength. For MOT, the bullet of the pistol made a spark on the power armor. The third time he pulled the trigger, a wave of bullets swept by and tore him into pieces. Finally, this tyrant who swept across half of Siberia finally walked to the end of his life on the land of Pan-Asia cooperation. In a pool of blood, his eyes widened as the life of murder and sin finally came to an end. In the distance, the building was burning. I apologize for my incompetence and late arrival, General. Zhang Zhuo stood behind Jiang Chen with his head lowered, full of humiliation. Please raise your head. Jiang Chen turned and looked at Zhang Zhuo full of self-loathing. You have tried your best to break through the Russian defense line in the shortest time. How can I blame my loyal subordinate? Please, raise your head. Zhang Zhuo raised his head, touched. At this time, Lu Fan came forward and saluted. The battle is over and Jaeger is confirmed dead. Jiang Chen nodded. What about Ding Liwei and Wan Peng? I care more about the whereabouts of these two guys. Ding Liwei is confirmed dead under the bombardment of CCCP tanks. Wan Peng's whereabout is unknown. It is suspected that he has escaped, Lu Fan replied. Escaped? Jiang Chen grinned. Forget it, he can't run too far. After a moment of pause, Jiang Chen looked at Zhang Zhuo and ordered. Bring some people to Eden Technology Building. The treasure of Pan-Asia cooperation is below. Bring all the hibernation chambers on the first level, the resources on the third level, and the power armors on the fourth level. Don't worry about the fifth level. Also, send 2 people outside of Line 0 and notify Han Junhua to send more people down. Roger. Zhang Zhuo took the order. Standing on the building, Jiang Chen quietly looked down at the city. Lu Fan. Roger, Lu Fan quickly responded. Go prepare. It's time to go back. Roger. It should be day break outside. With so many things that happened, the chaos in Shangjing finally came to an end. Jiang Chen suddenly felt so exhausted. He just wished he could find a place to sleep. Sleep until the next morning. Remember your promise, X71291 whispered in his ear. Don't worry, I know better than you the weight of a promise. Jiang Chen shrugged. The light before dawn peeked out from the horizon. The zombies' actions began to slow down as if the sunlight cursed them under a seal. Their bloodthirsty vibe began to fade and was replaced by a soulless sluggishness. The soldiers on the wall were on the verge of tears the moment the sun broke the horizon. With the bayonet on their rifles, the soldiers with their last remaining energy penetrated the throat of the zombies on the wall, used the stock of the rifle to crush the zombies' head, and kicked them down the wall. Although the zombies were still moving slowly toward the wall, they no longer had any momentum. The zombies at the back already stopped moving while only the zombies at the front tumbled forward driven by their instincts. Finally, at the moment when the sun rose entirely above the horizon, the last zombie on the wall had its throat pierced and collapsed down. Almost at the same time, behind the frontline soldiers, the third line of defense was finally completed. The wall was 15 meters higher than the second wall. Although not as magnificent as the giant wall, it was enough to keep Pingan Street safe for the night. Han Junhua immediately ordered when she saw the sun rising. Soldiers withdraw from the front line, get logistics to prepare meals. Fighters will continue to airstrike the zombies near the wall. A communications soldier ran in from outside the military camp as she was giving out orders. Han Junhua asked as she looked to the direction of the door. Is there something wrong? It's news from Line 0, it is the general's order. The communication soldier saluted and conveyed Jiang Chen's order. Han Junhua nodded and motioned that he could leave. With her arms wrapped around her chest, she thought for a moment before pressing her headset. Send 500 engineer soldiers to Line 0 along with all the engineering robots. Roger. After Han Junhua issued the last order, she let out a sigh of relief. She reached out and closed the holographic screen, and sat back down on the chair. She barely rested for a moment during the night as she simultaneously commanded the battle on the surface and underground. Now, she was at her limit. With her arms on the table, her cold expression gradually softened. She only revealed the unsuspected expression in her sleep. Her hair slipped off onto her thin but stiff shoulders. She gently moved her nose and put her face in her arms. The thin lips muttered, and then drowsiness soon overwhelmed her. As long as you're okay. Dragging their weary body down from the wall, they passed by the third line of defense and returned inside Pingan Street. Everyone looked exhausted. They were covered in dust and blood and looked like they were in a terrible state from afar. Regardless, they had won. Although it was a difficult victory. Many people's shoulders were severely swollen. Even with the protection of the kinetic skeleton, a night of battle pushed their physical and mental strength to the absolute limit. Especially in the battle with zombies, unless the commander ordered to dump fuel, they didn't have a moment to breathe. Pulling the bayonet out from the still-burning muzzle, the exhausted soldiers passed through the wall and just sat straight down on the ground. They did not have any energy to walk a step further. The logistics company set up a shed on the edge of the wall with giant pots cooking congee. The aroma of food diluted the bloody smell still lingering in the air. It made the soldiers, mercenaries, and survivors on the brink of collapsing regain their strength. With the support of their rifle, they limped toward the shed. Breakfast was a thick, congee boiled with minced meat. Every spoon contained chunks of meat and was appetizing to eat. In addition, there were all-you-can-eat buns and a small bag of pickles for every soldier, mercenary, and survivor who participated in the battle. Based on the standard of the wasteland, this breakfast was extravagant. It was precisely because of this that many local mercenaries and survivors shed their tears while devouring their food. They were tears of excitement. They always only ate 2 meals a day. Breakfast was a novelty to them. The NAC soldiers were less emotional. They chewed down the buns and gulped down the congee. They would occasionally look up to look at the mercenaries and survivors taking small bites. To them, they looked like nomads that never experienced anything. On the giant wall, Song Chinyu muttered to himself. Unbelievable, we actually did it. His clenched fists slowly relaxed as he looked at the zombies under the wall and the NAC officer standing next to him. Then he muttered. Yeah, we did it. A familiar voice came from behind him. Sir, your breakfast. A logistics soldier ran up the wall, put a plastic bag with canned food, buns, and congee on the table next to the NAC officer. He pumped his chest with his right hand and jogged away. Good Lord, canned beef, tearing open the canned aluminum lid and sniffing with his nose, the serious expression of the officer finally disappeared. He smiled at Song Chinyu. Would you like some? Is that okay? Song Chinyu swallowed some of his saliva as he sniffed in the aroma. Of course, the officer waved his hand and poked the bun into the can. He chewed on it while he pointed with his chin to the Pan Asia building. Look at the flag there, we're already brothers in the trenches. Song Chinyu followed the direction of his gaze and saw that the NAC flag had already risen above the Pan Asia building. The flag of the Shangjing Survivors Alliance disappeared as if it never existed in the first place. After 2 seconds of silence, Song Chinyu smiled and sat down on the opposite side of the officer. He reached out and took a bun from the plastic bag and opened another can of meat. If you say so. He was already prepared for this moment since last night. Therefore, when the flag appeared there, he did not even feel the slightest surprise. In just 2 seconds, he got used to his change in identity. We are also comrades who have fought side by side. I'm here to talk to you and you can take in what you need. Don't ask anything and don't say anything, the officer chewed on the bun while glancing at him. Please, Song Chinyu said. Our general rarely parachutes officials from NAC to serve at the local levels, and few people are willing to go to deserted places. After the officer took gulp of the congee, he grinned. Generally speaking, positions such as city defense chief is usually appointed to locals. We just control the military and everything else has autonomy. Hongcheng, Wu City, and Izhou are all like this. It was like this in Heng City, but now NAC made it into a district. You mean? Song Chinyu's eyes flickered. You looked after the south gate, right? The officer grinned. Do a good job and you can be the city defense chief. Song Chinyu was overjoyed and immediately thanked him. Thank you. Although the function was the same, he would be in charge of 3 more gates, and his status would obviously be different. Huh, we're just chatting, the officer waved his hand and smiled, now it's up to you. I didn't say anything. Song Chinyu couldn't even bother to eat and immediately stood up. Originally, he thought he would be demoted from his current position in a few days. He did not expect that he would be promoted. After the officer's words, he already knew what he should do. Because of the intensity of the battle, I haven't had time to ask for your name. Zhu Dawei laughed. Just call me Dawei. Starving survivors gathered together next to the shed at the city gate and eyed the food hungrily. However, only those that participated in defending the city could sit here and eat. In the envious sights of the group, a mercenary with his back straight, filled a bowl of congee, took the buns and pickles before sitting down beside a wooden table. Sitting beside him was a soldier in NAC uniform. The mercenary was someone that couldn't keep his mouth closed. He was chewing on his bun while looking enviously at the minced meat in the congee. Your food is amazing. I can't believe you have congee and buns. This is nothing, the NAC soldier glanced at the mercenary as he said nonchalantly, but he could not hide the pride on his face. In Wanghai, we eat fresh food. Only you will think this is good. Canned food is worthless in Wanghai City. The mercenary's eyes widened as disbelief became written all over his face. Of course not. The NAC soldier took a bite and smiled. But it doesn't have to do with value. Our general never treats his soldiers poorly. No matter how expensive the canned and raw meat are at the 6th Street are, we always have meat to eat. Oh really? The mercenary was shocked. Of course. The conversation seemed to have stopped as only the sound of chewing lingered. Then after a while, the mercenary began to speak in an attempt to flatter. Bro, if you didn't have enough, you can go get more. You contributed a lot last night and our general won't treat you poorly. The NAC soldier pointed his finger at the shed next to the wall where the steamy white congee rice was brewing in a giant pot with minced meat floating on top. Not for more, I just want to ask, are you still recruiting troops here? The NAC banner rose above the Pan-Asia Cooperation Building. No one was dissatisfied with the change, or no one cared at all. Regardless of the change of regime, Pingon Street remained the same. Even if the building collapsed, no one would feel any remorse. In particular, after the news that the officials of the Shangjing Survivors Alliance escaped through the secret tunnel, and Ding Liwei took away the second militia group's power armor company and left other people to fend for themselves, spread out, none of the survivors felt anything positive about them. Instead, the NAC that saved them was more worthy to be the owner of the city. Of course, although most people were cooperative, there were always people looking for trouble. Other than those lunatics that did not value their own life, no one chose to challenge NAC's supremacy at this time. Those soldiers with murderous vibes obviously did not intend to reason. No one was foolish enough to sweat and bleed for the previous regime. As the NAC controlled the officials of Shangjing Survivors Alliance, Song Chinyu gathered his old subordinates and stormed Ding Liwei's residence. More than 200 guns surrounded the entire mansion that covered 1,000 square meters. It was also a coincidence that when he arrived, Ding Liwei's wives were packing their bags and preparing to sneak out through the chaos, but they were one step too late and were stopped right by Song Chinyu against the muzzles. The beautiful women were terrified. In particular, Ding Liwei's first wife even flirted with her husband's old subordinate and suggested that if he spared her, she would be willing to return the favor. Even the queen of the past society must lower her proud head now. While her proposal was certainly very attractive, Song Chinyu was not foolish enough to accept it. Once he became chief, would he ever lack women? It was not worth the risk. He rejected the seductive temptation. Then he divided his subordinates into 2 groups. One group took Ding Liwei's family to the Pan-Asian building and the other group, led by him, went to Wan Peng's estate. Wan Peng's family was very smart. A few hours after the family had disappeared, they immediately began to pack their bags and escaped. They fled to the East Gate, and East Gate officials allowed them to pass based on their past relationship. However, Song Chinyu still managed to catch them down. With the sleeping little loli between his arms, Jiang Chen just happened to bump into Song Chinyu eager to show off his work as he came out of the Pan-Asia Cooperation building. When he saw the group of beautiful women both anxious and fearful, Jiang Chen's eyebrows raised and he secretly cursed in his mind. This old pervert has a bigger harem than me. He totally deserved his ending. Jiang Chen gently coughed and said. Ding Liwei's family on the right, Wan Peng's family on the left. No one moved. Song Chinyu walked forward as he saw the scene and shouted. Are you all deaf? Move. The beautiful and lovely prisoners began to move hesitantly and formed into two lines. Jiang Chen counted them roughly and divided that into two teams. He made the conclusion and Manager Wan was better at enjoying life with 10 more beautiful ladies in his harem. When most of the survivors were starving, the officials lived the life of emperors. Lu Fan walked next to Jiang Chen and whispered. How are you going to deal with them? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chen waved his hand. Forget it, it shouldn't impact them. Confiscate all assets and let them go. In fact, he certainly thought about doing something evil to vent his anger, especially when those beautiful women would not refuse, and would serve him with all their abilities in order to escape from the fate of slavery. But he still had many things waiting for him, so he couldn't waste his time on women's bellies. Lu Fan took a moment to process the information but still nodded. Roger. Several soldiers stepped forward and untied the shackles on the family members. Then they snatched away anything valuable to them. They did not leave any jewelry or crystals and only left them with clothes and an EP. Although they regained their freedom, they did not show any excitement. Instead, they were in despair. After they enjoyed the extravagance of the world, they were now kicked off from Cloud 9. The material and spiritual gaps made them collapse mentally. Especially the gorgeous wives of Ding Liwei, they even started weeping together and completely forgot about their past feud. For them, being stripped of everything was worse than becoming Jiang Chen's slaves. At least, they did not need to worry about food. Song Chinyu, right? It seems that your brain turns pretty quickly. Jiang Chen smiled at Song Chinyu, who stood there respectfully. Not at all. Song Chinyu bowed his head. Jiang Chen nodded, pleased with his performance. Go to the logistics team and get a uniform. What's up with what you're wearing? Song Chen was ecstatic and his heart was finally at peace. He immediately swore his allegiance. I will prove my loyalty to the general. Okay, enough with the flattering words. Your flattering attempt will score a 60 at most. Jiang Chen waved his hand impatiently. When you get your new uniform, the logistics personnel will tell you where to go. Go on now. Yes. Song Chinyu quickly left, he was overjoyed. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment as he watched Song Chinyu leave. Speaking of which, Pingan Street still needs a new mayor. Pingan Street was the largest settlement in the northern part of the Pan-Asia Cooperation region. Although the degree of infrastructure and industrialization lagged behind the 6th Street, the population made the place have promising development potential. Thus, this was also the precise reason the candidates for the position of mayor were more important. The individual must represent the interests of the NAC and must understand the situation of Pingan Street. Jiang Chen certainly considered parachuting someone in from the NAC, but he could not think of a suitable candidate. Jiang Chen even considered Zhou Guoping, who engaged in intelligence work in the Shangjing area. However, the thug vibe on him meant that he could only play an effective role in the field and was not a suitable candidate for an official position. Lu Fan knocked on the door and saluted as Jiang Chen thought about this problem while sitting in the office that once belonged to Ding Liwei. Report. Ding Liwei and Wan Peng's assets have been confiscated. It includes a total of 5 million crystals, 1 million crystals worth of luxury goods, 200 power armors, kinetic skeletons and other types of equipment. Bring all the crystals back to Wanghai. As for the luxury goods, Jiang Chen touched his chin as he debated before he finally made a decision. Contact the auction house here and proceeds will be used for post-disaster reconstruction. Yes, Lu Fan replied. There is one more thing Advisor Han has asked me to report to you. What is it? Jiang Chen asked. The Russians have withdrawn to the Badaling region and have already withdrawn to outside the 5th Ring Road. Jiang Chen nodded. After he came up from underground, he already heard people say that Han Junhua ordered the armored forces to penetrate from the north side and follow the 3rd Ring Road to circumvent the zombie flood. Then they ignited 10 tactical nukes at the Line 27 station and turned the entire station into a deep pit. The zombies were not only attracted by the living, but were also attacked by nuclear radiation. Driven by the instinct formed through the X1 bacterial, the zombies rushed into the tunnel through the deep pit and flanked the Russians from behind. While zombies were no threats to tanks, they were deadly to personnel. Compounded by the fact that Jaeger and Smirnov both died in the battle, the Yulin border guards was in a state of distress, and the slightly more senior officers began to feel restless. Internal problems spurred out one after another, and now they could not focus on the war with the NAC. Retreating was their only choice. The Russian problems aside, Jiang Chen looked at Lu Fan and smiled. Let's talk about you. About me? Lu Fan was confused. What do you think of the expeditionary force? Its combat power is, Shanjing is the political center of the Pan-Asia cooperation, and it was once a population center. There are countless fallout shelters that have not yet been opened, and there are countless heritages waiting for us to discover. So, Jiang Chen paused, I am going to set up the Northern Division as the 4th Division of the NAC. And the leader of this division, Jiang Chen's fingers knocked on the table as he looked at the shocked Lu Fan with a smile. It's you. The strategic significance of Pingan Street did not require further explanation. If the NAC managed to develop this region, the possibility of this place becoming the second 6th Street certainly existed. This place would serve as the strategic fulcrum of the NAC in the north and radiate the glory of civilization to the surrounding wasteland. And it would be impossible to achieve this without a sufficient military presence. Jiang Chen decided to form the Northern Division for this very reason. Now that the NAC has established itself for 2 years, it has managed to regain some vitality. The number of soldiers could easily support the establishment of another division. Counting the 5,000 soldiers in the expeditionary force, NAC would recruit 5,000 more from Shanjing to form a division with 10,000 soldiers. The ideal leader of the 4th Division would be his guard captain, Lu Fan. Although Lu Fan may not be clever, he acted with responsibility and loyalty. He was not ambitious either. To the north of Badaling was simply wilderness. Jiang Chen did not need someone who could expand the territory of NAC for him, he just wanted someone to protect the fruits of this expedition's victory. Lu Fan was the best candidate. When Lu Fan left Jiang Chen's office, he felt dizzy. While his ranking was not low, as the captain of the General Guards, even Cheng Weiguo, Wang Xiaowu, and Zhao Gang acted politely around him. However, he understood they respected the person he protected, not him. Based on the military ranking system of the NAC, the General Guard's captain was 2 ranks below the head of a division. It was not unprecedented to have someone rise 2 ranks at once. The last person was still on AS order, the captain of order and the head of the expeditionary force, Li Wang. He was only half a rank below the leader of a division. However, Li Wang was ranked as captain of AS order because of his merit in Hongqing, but he did not do much in this expedition, at least from his perspective. His fists clenched tightly and he took a few deep breaths. He then touched the metal on his chest before determination appeared in his eyes. In order not to disappoint the trust of the general, He made up his mind that he would use 200% of his energy to protect the territory of NAC. If anyone dared to cause chaos on his land, he swore to personally bring them down. After Lu Fan left, Jiang Chen met the deputy captain of his guards in his office, or simply put the next captain, Jiang Chen. Because of the injury he sustained in Line 0, he had bandages on his arm. He was called to accept this duty. Jiang Chen smiled and patted the uninjured shoulder. Then he said with encouragement, "You can do it. I'll have to count on you for my safety." Jiang Shanha's back was straight as he saluted to Jiang Chen with full of excitement. Guaranteed to complete the mission. There was not much nonsense. Jiang Chen personally put the medal on him, and gave some more words of encouragement. For the newly appointed General Guards captain, the first task for him was to supervise the development of Line 0. The task was for him to get used to this role. Since Han Junhua was overlooking this project, his role was just to assist. The reason why Jiang Chen gave this task to him was to familiarize him with the work of the captain. Although the main responsibility of the guards was to protect the safety of the general, but as the captain, his work also included representing the general at certain places inappropriate for the general to show up at. After Jiang Shanha left, Jiang Chen went to the floor-to-ceiling windows in the office and continued to internalize the problem that continued to trouble him, the mayor of Pingan Street. Outside the windows, below the Pan-Asia Cooperation Building, the troops that had withdrawn from the Dongqing Hospital gathered in the military base and waited for dispatch. Looking at the military base from above, he suddenly felt a glimpse of inspiration, and a suitable candidate appeared in his mind. With the exit of Shangjing Survivors Alliance, Mayor Lu, who previously belonged to Ding Liwei's force, stepped down. The position of mayor was highly sought after. Those officials who were previously kept at a distance by Ding Liwei and Wan Peng were now revitalized. They did all they could to be on their best behavior and perform well. Those politicians with lackluster abilities and received their position through flattering did all they could. They almost immediately succumbed under the NAC banner and sang its praises. The most extreme even sent their wives and daughters to the general's barrack under the name of consolation, only to be able to be crowned with the position of mayor. Especially when they heard the news of Song Qinyu's promotion and his responsibilities of overseeing the 4 gates of Pingan Street, the collection of the city gate tax and his assistance of the garrison to maintain order, the politicians on Pingan Street keenly captured the signal released by NAC. Jiang Chen did not seem to plan to parachute an official in. Shangjing would still be maintained by a local survivor. Su Tiannan was the person that felt the most confident. When Jiang Chen decided to swing down his machete down at Shangjing Survivor Alliance, he not only did not step up to stop him, he actually immediately cleared his boundaries with Ding Liwei and Wan Peng. Previously, the Guardian sect was only looking for the whereabouts of Line 0, but when it learned the news of NAC's involvement, they immediately stopped. He seemed to be the perfect candidate for mayor. However, when the mayor was revealed, the decision shocked everyone. NAC, in fact, did not parachute an official in from Wanghai, but it also did not select a mayor from the officials in Shangjing. The decision was an unknown merchant who traveled between Shangjing and Haizhou. In the fur business out of all businesses. How could someone like that be the mayor? Is this a joke? Why did you choose him? While she looked at the flushing, joyous Lu Wendy in the middle of his speech in the square, Zhao Qiran could not understand the rationale. Even from the perspective of an outsider, the choice was hard to comprehend. Do the person who becomes mayor make a difference? Jiang Chen asked softly. There is no one in Shangjing that I can trust. So it's better to choose an obedient person than a dogmatic person on the surface but will go against my orders behind my back. Jiang Chen smiled and turned to walk back to the military base. After all, if I don't know, I can always ask. The apocalypse existed for many years, who didn't start learning from scratch? After being in a position of power for so many years, he started to learn about the type of people he should use. 6th Street required a business genius like Chu Nan, but he would not be a good fit for Pingan Street. Instead of picking an agent he could not fully trust, it was better to choose someone without any foundation here, but understood the situation. Thus, this person would not be easily fooled by the people here, but could not do anything without the backing of NAC. In order for this person to establish themselves in Pingon Street with a complex power distribution, this person must depend on NAC. With the checks and balances, the mayor and the council would never work closely together. Therefore, the mayor afar would not be able to fool Jiang Chen hundreds of kilometers away. The loyalty maintained through this method was far more reliable than slavery chips, since the latter was only suitable for the average people without power and influence. Zhao Qiuran saw Jiang Chen had turned around and quickly followed behind him. On the way back, Jiang Chen debated about the next steps. With the mayor's candidate finalized, the next step would be to redistribute the cake and appease Su Tiannan's force. Ding Liwei and Wan Peng were uprooted, Su Tiannan's force intelligently stayed honest till now. Jiang Chen always didn't mind giving some benefits to honest people, especially since the two forces were still allies by name. Just when he thought about which bone to give Su Tiannan, he saw a beautiful woman in a cheongsam. She stood in front of the military camp, shivering, while she was peeking inside the base. At first glance, even Jiang Chen, who had seen many gorgeous ladies, was stunned by her appearance. The split of the cheongsam revealed a large amount of smooth skin, and her perfect thighs were as smooth as jade. The fullness of her chest outlined a stunning S-shaped curve with her rounded bottom. The slender waist was the perfect size, distracting people with lucid imaginations. Her black hair was a waterfall, paired with her elegant lashes. She was the definition of perfection. Even among trophies, she was the brightest one. Her watery eyes siphoned people's soul, and combined with her helpless expression, it would make any man want to press her to the ground. Wearing a cheongsam in this weather must be difficult for her. When Jiang Chen saw her, she obviously also spotted Jiang Chen. Perhaps she sensed the glimpse of being stunned in Jiang Chen's eyes, a look of joy appeared in her pupils. With teary eyes, she cautiously walked forward to Jiang Chen with her head lowered. "Pleased to see you, General Jiang." An Iran bowed. "What is it?" Jiang Chen asked her. Her cheeks were slightly red, and water seemed to be dripping out of her eyes. An Iran looked up at Jiang Chen and wept. "I just want to thank the general for saving my life from the demon Ding Liwei." In her weeping tone, she denounced how inhuman Ding Liwei was and how she was forced to marry him. Then, she gazed at Jiang Chen with an adoring look, while she expressed how she worshipped the great hero that stood taller and implicitly hinted that he was the one in her mind. In the end, she shivered while holding her arms. For any normal man, the next step would be take her into the room and add another layer on her. Tricks. Full of tricks. Jiang Chen couldn't help but curse in his mind. Am I a little virgin who has never experienced love? Aha! I was a spare tire, one, before. Hee, no need to thank me. With a smile, Jiang Chen passed by her, as he left a dumbfounded an Iran standing in the chilling wind. "You rejected her?" The woman seemed to be Ding Liwei's second wife. "I remember her name was an Iran." Zhao Qiuran said incessantly behind Jiang Chen. "So? I heard that an Iran is certainly a somebody. Before the war, she was a famous Pan-Asia cooperation singer. Not only did she sing a lot of popular songs, but she starred in several well-received movies. 2 years ago, she woke up from the hibernation chamber and was purchased by Ding Liwei in an auction. Typical slaves would be rewarded to his subordinates after he was done, but not only did she escape the fate of being a slave, she became an upper-class lady and was even more favored than Ding Liwei's first wife," Zhao Qiuran said. "So what?" Jiang Chen smiled, unmoved. "You're not moved?" Zhao Qiuran blinked. "Speaking of this, you actually let them go. I thought you would turn them into slaves. Am I that perverted?" Jiang Chen glanced at her and scared her into covering her mouth. "Ahem, it has nothing to do with being a pervert. Aren't all powerful people like this? Seeing her honest words did not anger Jiang Chen, Zhao Qiran spat out her tongue and said nonchalantly, for example, the Wanping you killed. In the past, there was a relatively powerful mercenary group in Pingan Street. The head of the mercenary group was also a member of the council. Later, because he had upset Wanping, not only was he thrown away to be fed to the zombies but his wives and daughters were also chained and locked in a basement for half a year before everything ended. So, I did some good deeds for the sake of the people, Jiang Chen joked. For the sake of the people? Zhao Qiran snorted. That's a stretch. That mercenary group head was not a kind soul either. Or rather, no one in the Shangjing Survivors Alliance was good. To be precise, no one was good on the wasteland. This was an era where people took advantage of other people. Now that Pingan Street is under my control, you're no longer wanted. Do you still want to go to Wanghai? Jiang Chen changed the topic and nonchalantly asked. Zhao Qiran hesitated for a moment, but still nodded firmly. I have already spent enough time here. The merchants have praised Wanghai into an utopia, so I want to go there and take a look. Afraid that Jiang Chen would not agree, she quickly added, I can fight for you. Jiang Chen smiled slyly. Fight for me? That's not enough. Zhao Qiran's face turned red as she took 2 steps back and put her arms in front of her chest. Her pupils with a hint of the wilderness was now covered with fear. What do you want? It's not what you're thinking. Jiang Chen shrugged. Someone with spiritual abilities would be a great experimental subject. He couldn't find the cell bank of Eden technology, and if Lin Lin knew that he also let a rare, white mouse, escape, she would surely punch his chest with her little fists. When Zhao Qiran thought about it, it made sense. Since he even rejected a woman like an Iran. Zhao Qiran scratched her cheeks awkwardly and continued to follow Jiang Chen. However, she did not know that although she was no longer treated as a woman, she was labeled as a white mouse. In front of the barack, Jiang Chen looked at her. So, your ability is telesthesia? Yes. Zhao Qiran nodded. Other than sensing positions, is there any other use for your ability? What are you referring to? Zhao Qiran did not quite understand his point. For example, with a slight pause, Jiang Chen smiled, identify a person, or whether a group of people are lying. 1. Spare tire, the second choice of a male/female while she is already flirting with/dating someone else. In the Pan-Asia Cooperation Building conference room, the council members of the Shangjing Survivors Alliance stared at each other blankly. A 30-page document was placed in front of them. The cover of the document was very monotonous. Except for the white paper, it was just a line of large, black text, NAC Colonial Regulations. When they saw this line of words, everyone silently mourned the passing of the Shangjing Survivors Alliance. At this moment, NAC no longer disguised its intention to annex the region and even gave up any attempt to mask their intention. The insensitive word, colonial, was especially telling. Besides, the council members could not do anything. While they certainly had a few guns in their hands, even if they combined all their forces, they were still far inferior. Especially now that NAC accepted the Pingan Street City Defense Troops into its ranks and the 2nd Militia surrendered. Not to mention the whizzing fighters and the terrifying electromagnetic pulse cannons. Against the humongous force, they did not have the might to resist. Even Archbishop Su Tiannan sat there in silence. Zhao Qiran, who sat behind Jiang Chen, was starting to feel anxious as she examined those powerful and influential people in the conference room. Then, her uneasiness began growing exponentially when she discovered that Mei Xiong, the owner of Dorset Hotel, seemed to be a member sitting at the conference table. When she escaped, she collapsed half of the hotel and forced the entire Pingan Street to be placed under martial law to capture her. Fortunately, the owner of the Dorset Hotel seemed to have forgotten about this nobody and did not look to her direction. Zhao Qiran breathed a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, telesthesia did not allow her to read minds. She did not know that Mei Jiong would love to chop her alive. The collapsed Dorset Hotel resulted in direct damages of over 1 million crystals. He would not make it back even by auctioning her 100 times. However, because of the man sitting in front of her, Boss Mei disguised his murderous desires and pretended not to know her. Of all the people sitting around the conference table, probably only one person had the most relaxed expression. It was Jiang Chen sitting at the head of the table. He already presided negotiations of distributing interests countless times, and this time, he was still the one leading the conversation. While looking around the table at all the eyes with differing intentions, Jiang Chen spoke. Do you disagree with the document in front of you? No one made a sound. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded with satisfaction. Is there no objection? It seems that our meeting today will go smoothly. Jiang Chen then coughed before speaking again. First of all, allow me to introduce you to your future new mayor, Mr. Lu Wendy. Lu Wendy immediately stood up, his expression was slightly reserved as he bowed. I'm Lu Wendy, and I am very happy to work with all of you. With how unnatural he looked, he was greeted with rather quiet applause. Jiang Chen was not surprised. After all, many people eyed the mayor's position and did not expect a dark horse to come out. In the end, no one was elected and a merchant in the fur trade sector somehow sat on the mayor's throne. Many people were still wondering if he chose the mayor with careful consideration. After he sat back down, Lu Wendy moved around restlessly and turned to look at Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen did not look at him at this time but continued. The matters we're discussing today are related to the future of Pingan Street. Therefore, I hope that you will listen carefully to every word so you don't make the same mistake as the predecessors of this place or cause unnecessary misunderstandings. The short, yet imposing words turned the vibe in the room into a chilling state as everyone waited for him to continue. First of all, from today, Pingan Street will become a jurisdiction of NAC. In line with the principle of adapting to local conditions, we will not interfere too much with the internal affairs and the council will continue to serve its function. Of course, we can't completely ignore it. From today on, the mayor of Pingan Street will be directly nominated, appointed, and removed by the NAC. The council no longer has the power to vote and dismiss the mayor. As soon as this statement came out, the room was rattled. What kind of joke is this? If the mayor is directly appointed by you, what's the purpose of the council? Just watch you perform your one-man show while enjoying some tea. You might as well dissolve the council directly since voting is meaningless now. As he scanned at the congresspeople who were chatting in the room, Jiang Chen quietly waited for them to finish their discussion before he continued. The mayor enacts a bill, and the council still has the right to vote against the bill. Also, to prevent the abuse of power, Pingan Street will establish a new speaker who will preside over an anonymous ballot, maintain the order of the council, and exercise supervision over the mayor. Many people were confused about the decision. Didn't you just say that the council can't remove the mayor? Why did you just create another supervising role? But soon, Jiang Chen answered the confusion of everyone in his next sentence. If the mayor has serious misconduct, the speaker can call the council and initiate the impeachment proposal. If more than 2/3 of the members support the impeachment, the motion to dismiss the mayor will be submitted to me by Lu Fan, the head of the Northern Division. Then, I will sign to approve the motion. A glimpse of shrewdness appeared in Su Tiannan's eyes before disappearing. He had to compliment him in his mind. Smart, very smart. After the fall of Ding Liwei and Wan Peng, the entire council of Pingan Street was now dominated by one force, and it was himself, Su Tiannan. Because of this, he was acting with extreme caution. He knew that Jiang Chen would eventually go back to Wanghai, and after he left, Pingan Street would be under his control again. After all, the bureaucratic class of Pingan Street was already a fixed system. Without the support of the council, while NAC can control the system with its force, it cannot allow the city to run with maximum efficiency. Jiang Chen could try and replace every gear of this machine with a new one, but the idea was simply not practical. Now, Jiang Chen's decision removed the puppet mayor from the council's hand and formed its own power, but he did not completely get rid of the council and give complete control to the mayor. The political awareness he displayed was not fitting for his age. Su Tiannan even already guessed Jiang Chen's next move. The next move would be to expand the size of the council that includes civilians, small merchants, and factory owners as council members. Or else the two-third number he discussed would be meaningless. The current council members could easily work together and fool him hundreds of kilometers away. And the most crucial factor was these people would become the natural allies of Mayor Lu Wendi, weakening the influence of the existing council. Jiang Chen did not know how Su Tiannan evaluated himself. Even if he knew, he would have just smiled. Because he has heard similar evaluations countless times already. As for the speaker, Qi Shushan is selected as the candidate. Jiang Chen looked at the man sitting behind the conference table, watching the expression on his face change from horror, overwhelmed, unexpected, to surprise. Then he looked at the expressionless Su Tiannan with a smile. The head of the tax bureau previously served by Wan Peng will be taken over by Archbishop Su. After giving so many sticks, it was time to give a carrot. The city defense chief previously served by Ding Liwei was castrated and given to Song Qingyu, so now the head of the tax bureau was left. Although the tax bureau's power was limited, it was a sweet carrot for Su Tiannan that did not manage to be chosen for the position of mayor or speaker. After the personnel appointment, Jiang Chen smiled and looked at the councils with varying expressions while he appreciated his own work. At the moment, Qi Shushan was giggling and his face flushing red. He was oozing with joy and proudness, bathing in the breeze of triumph. From a prestige perspective, Qi Shanshan was nowhere close to Su Tiannan. From a strength's perspective, his power was not worth mentioning in front of the Guardian sect. However, being assigned the position of the speaker completely stunned him. As for Su Tiannan, when the position of the head of the tax bureau fell on his head, his stiff expression finally eased. As for the other members, they were either disappointed, or content, or chatting, or whispering. At this moment, it seemed that all the emotions in the world were concentrated in this 10-square-meter Vanity Fair. People were happy, angry, sorrowful, content with the gains and losses of their interests, and together they painted a vivid and realistic picture of the complex human being. 1217 A much-needed res. Did you notice anything after observing for so long? On the elevator going down, Jiang Chen looked at Zhao Qiran. Zhao Qiran scratched her head. You didn't forget what I said, right? Jiang Chen asked. When she saw Jiang Chen's expression, Zhao Qiran quivered unsuspectedly before she quickly gave an explanation. Not at all. Although I can roughly tell who is lying, for me to be sure, I have to see the person speak and watch for mental fluctuations. However, you were the only person speaking the entire time. How could I determine who was lying and who was not? They didn't speak at all, so, you didn't understand what I meant. Jiang Chen smiled and said, what I meant by lying was not actually lying, but who felt nonchalant when I spoke. Or to the extreme, the people who were ready to challenge my reign. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Zhao Qiran complained as she rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen before she focused on recalling the mental fluctuations she felt at that time. It took her a while before she scratched her head and said, it seemed like everyone was as you described, they did not take what you had to say seriously. Jiang Chen smiled and spoke in a relaxed tone. Yeah. Then it seems that my prediction is correct. This is indeed the right move. Zhao Qiran looked at him, dumbfounded. She did not know why he was content and not angry. Is it something to be happy about if other people did not take your words seriously? From her perspective, she could not comprehend these problems yet, and Jiang Chen did not plan to explain them to her. He did not intend to train her into a politician. The plan for her was just to be a white rat for Lin Lin to study and provide her with some compensation at the end of the experiment. Since he did not find the cell bank of Eden technology, he surely didn't want to fall short of her expectations. What's more, he was also very curious about the capability of spiritual power. Although I said that I will sell my life to you, I will not become that kind of person in the future. Standing behind Jiang Chen, Zhao Qiran suddenly said with an anxious expression. Which kind of person? The kind, people like those council members. Limited by her education, Zhao Qiran searched for a while and could not find a more suitable word. So she had to use her fingers and gesture out her intentions. Be reassured, you don't have that talent. You'll at most be a captain leading the charge. Jiang Chen laughed as he joked. Now that I hear you say this, I feel assured. Zhao Qiuqi scratched her cheek as she responded. Do you? Jiang Chen shrugged and walked out of the elevator. People will change, especially when the environment changes. Just like Jiang Chen at the start. He only thought about smuggling some gold back from here and purchase a nice place in the most prosperous area in Wanghai. He wanted to live a rich man's life, experience all the things he saw in the movies, and then live his life in a drunken dream. However, when he really got a taste of power and understood what the word responsibility meant, his attitude subtly changed. A rich man no longer could satisfy his inflated appetite. In order to protect his loved ones and to gain more, NAC expanded to the behemoth it is today with a greedy dragon coveting its gold. And he, therefore, became a dictator who is loved by hundreds of thousands of people in this world. It made sense, the person who could feed everyone in this era deserved the word loved, regardless if they are given the title of the emperor or slave lord. He nodded to the guards who were standing on both sides, and then went back into his barack. When he saw Yao Yao peacefully sleeping on the bed, his previously serious expression disappeared and was replaced with a gentle smile. Jiang Chen sat on the edge of the bed as he gently combed away Yao Yao's scattered hair that had fallen in front of her face to the back of her ear. The sleeping loli was like a hibernating little hamster. Her hands rested in front of her chest as she curled out into a ball under the quilt. Occasionally, she moved her nose and mouth before a smile appeared on her face as if she was having the sweetest dream. Nighty-night. Jiang Chen gently kissed Yao Yao's forehead before weariness fell upon him. After he yawned, he looked at Yao Yao and thought of an idea. He opened the corner of the quilt and rested next to the little loli after he had washed up. Without any impure thoughts, he put Yao Yao in his arms and drifted into sleep. After he had returned from line 0, Jiang Chen barely closed his eyes. Now, he was finally able to relax and get a good night's sleep. And when he woke up, it was already afternoon. Holding fragrant pork noodles, Yao Yao walked in. When she saw Jiang Chen was awake, she suddenly started blushing. Ah, are you awake now? Aha, I woke up when I smelled the food. Jiang Chen smiled and sat up from the bed, put on his shoes, and went to Yao Yao. He took the bowl from the girl's hand and rested it on the table next to him. He hadn't eaten anything for 24 hours and was completely famished. Yao Yao sat across from Jiang Chen. Her hands were below her chin as a sweet smile rested on her blushing face. Her cheeks looked like 2 ripe apples and would make anyone want to take a bite. Happily watching her beloved big brother devouring the noodle she made, she cleaned up and walked out. Coincidentally, Han Junhua was standing at the entrance and was about to knock. When she saw the door open, she nodded to the little girl holding the bowl and then walked in. How do you feel? All right. Jiang Chen looked at Han Junhua and raised his eyebrow, surprised. He then asked with a smile. I am really surprised. You actually care about people. Is that a compliment? Don't mind me, just a joke. Han Junhua nodded. However, her expressionless face made it unconvincing as to whether or not she really understood the joke. What's the matter? Jiang Chen changed the topic. Yes. I want to ask for your opinion. Her arms crossed in front of her chest out of habit as she looked at Jiang Chen with seriousness. What are you going to do with the city below line 0? 1218 The last arrangement, the city below line 0. Jiang Chen deliberated as he rubbed his chin. My plan is to empty the whole city, and then let it deconstruct in peace. What's your opinion? Jiang Chen then looked at Han Junhua, waiting for the advice of the chief of staff. My opinion? Han Junhua thought for a moment before she responded, are you not going to start the clone program? From an efficiency perspective, the proper use of clones can help accelerate the reconstruction of civilization. But efficiency doesn't mean everything. Jiang Chen shrugged and leaned back in the chair. NAC doesn't need to be saved by clone. We can use our own way to rebuild this land instead of becoming the second Pan-Asia cooperation. So what about AI? Han Junhua then asked, how are you going to deal with it? There was a short period of quietness before he said. First, move it out from the underground city. Its server is on the 5th floor of Eden Technology. You can send a few experts who understand this to deal with the issue. I have other uses for that AI, so I will bring it back to Wanghai. As you wish. After a slight bow, Han Junhua did not say anything more on this issue as she understood Jiang Chen's intention. I still have something to deal with, so I will not bother you any longer. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, then he added, summon Zhou Guoping. Zhou Guoping did not have him wait too long. After he heard that the general has summoned him, he immediately rushed from the wall to hear. When he knocked on the door, Jiang Chen was sitting at the table and drinking tea. Seeing the familiar bald head, Jiang Chen showed a delightful smile. He put down his teacup and said, welcome. Zhou Guoping was quite reserved in front of Jiang Chen, without any of his usual fierceness. He smiled with shyness. I heard General is looking for me, so I came immediately. Don't be nervous, it's good news. When he saw Zhou Guoping's stern expression, he casually pointed to the chair next to him, sit down. Zhou Guoping cautiously sat down across from him. Jiang Chen smiled, paused for a moment, then began. Now that Pingan Street is at peace, you deserve a lot of credit for it. I will now point out 2 directions for you. You can choose whichever one you prefer. I will follow the command of the general. Zhou Guoping bowed his head and said respectfully. Do you really want to follow my command? Jiang Chen joked. I'll send you to be Chu Nan's guard then, are you going to go? Zhou Guoping was so scared that cold sweat began to ooze out. He looked at Jiang Chen with a bitter expression, clearly traumatized. Okay, Jiang Chen waved his hand, I don't want to deal with your grudges. I'll now point out 2 paths for promotion. You make your decision. Please. Zhou Guoping bowed his head. The first path. Shangjing is now part of NAC and is considered the northern region of NAC from now on. Further north is the Moor, and I'm not interested in expanding my territory to the Siberian wilderness where nothing grows. If you wish, you can stay in Shangjing and continue to do the work you are doing now. This was the retirement path Jiang Chen prepared for him. As long as he would not do anything too outrageous, he could live a relaxing life as a mercenary head for the rest of his life. With the budget allocated to him, his role would be to collect intelligence and keep an eye on the bandits and raiders. In addition, he would occasionally do some dirty work to protect the interest of NAC in the underground world. There would be no danger, but it would also be the last advancement. After seeing the hesitation on Zhou Guoping's face, Jiang Chen smiled and continued. As for the second path, it's not an easy one. You'll have to go east, cross the Pacific Ocean, disembark in California, unite the local Asian forces, and lay down the foundation for NAC's expansion to the west coast of North America. You don't need me to teach you what to do next. But I have to remind you that it will not be a peaceful journey. NAC only has an outpost there, and the local survivors are not easily bullied. I choose the second path. Zhou Guoping immediately made his decision. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow and laughed. Oh. You have already made up your mind. Most likely, you'll have to stay there. The situation there is far more chaotic when compared to here. Several major forces are all in the midst of all sorts of conflicts, compounded by the fact that the survivors there are not that much worse off compared to NAC. I have made up my mind. Zhou Guoping immediately stood up, his head high and back straight. He then clenched his right fist and placed it in front of his chest while raising his voice. In my lifetime, I swear to expand NAC's territory for the general. It was a no-brainer. He did not want to retire this early. The existence of Chu Nan always made him feel a sense of crisis, so he must continue to climb higher. Jiang Chen must admit that NAC's military ritual did not fit Zhou Guoping very well. It felt like a bandit was being enlisted into a group of properly trained soldiers. While they all wore the same uniform, it just looked awkward. Okay. Jiang Chen also got up from his chair and walked over to Zhou Guoping, patting him on the shoulder. Since you have chosen the hardest road, I must treat you with equal respect. When everything is over, I will let you lead a survivor settlement on the west coast. If he really led an area, then even the best area would turn into a bandit hole under his ruling. However, Jiang Chen didn't mind. It would just be a survivor settlement on another continent. He could have the freedom as long as he does commit awful crimes under NAC's flag. NAC's reputation must be protected. When Zhou Guoping heard Jiang Chen's promise, he was overjoyed and immediately expressed his loyalty. He was waiting for this very promise. He served the NAC for many years, and the people that entered NAC around the same time as him were either serving as the head of a division, the executive of a settlement, or held the position of governor in colony. And he was still serving a role outside of the ranks of NAC. Now Jiang Chen gave him the promise that he'll be able to lead a settlement when everything ends. He was of course overjoyed. North America. So what? It is farther, and the conditions are harsher, but these difficulties are nothing compared to the taste of power. When Zhou Guoping swore his allegiance, Jiang Chen smiled and did not take his words to heart. That's enough, you can say all of this when you come back. Jiang Chen interrupted Zhou Guoping's flattering words. Bring your people and prepare in Wanghai. You'll depart at the end of October. I'll order the logistics department to allocate 100,000 credits to you. You can decide on weapons and people. Everything will be up to you. Roger. Wait, don't rush to leave yet. Jiang Chen stopped Zhou Guoping as he was about to leave. Remember to find someone you trust to go with you and get him to report to me. Zhou Guoping stood straight up, face flushed with joy. Guaranteed to complete the mission. The first snow of the year finally arrived at the beginning of October. The flag of NAC had flown over the Pan-Asia Cooperation Building for more than a week. The change of regime did not cause any chaos, and the survivors continued with their lives, more or less becoming accustomed to the change. Now, the area within the Third Ring Road was no longer as safe as before. The merchant fleets must bring more mercenaries and add more weapons to the trucks to ensure their safety. And those small settlements outside of the wall all increased their weapon reserve. For these reasons, the factories in Pingan Street were running at capacity and were once again revived from the brink of death. As time went by, more good news arrived. First, it was from the Russians. Jaeger's death devastated the morale of the Yulin border guards and gave opportunities to ambitious individuals. There was an attempt at coup which resulted in a few deaths. Then, the remaining Russians were divided into two factions. Some of them decided to stay, while others were led by a man named Sadov on a journey back to their hometown of Moscow. Moscow was a very distant and hard-to-imagine place. Therefore, it was difficult to see them being able to return. However, if they continued to maintain their nomad lifestyle, slaughtering and robbing everything along their path, they could perhaps return to their homeland and ravage through Europe. Of course, the premise would be that they don't encounter powerful forces like the NAC, or extreme mutants unconquerable by human force. On the other hand, the third line of defense was rising by the day, and finally tall enough to deter the zombies. Zombies would not be able to get on the wall by stepping on the corpses, and the situation of using a bayonet would never occur again. Behind the third line of defense, the foundation for the collapsed wall was rebuilt. Engineering vehicles and construction robots worked continuously among reinforced concrete structures as they began the difficult and lengthy reconstruction work. Besides, resources shipped up from Line 0 provided the materials needed for the reconstruction of the wall. The special cement from Line 0 especially helped alleviate the urgent needs of Pingan Street. Other than the power armors, Jiang Chen did not plan to transport any resources back to Wanghai. He decided to store those in the warehouses of Pingan Street and open sales to local factories. Disregarding the fact that he served as a living resource transfer station, the resource recovery technology in 6th Street was becoming more and more advanced. Many materials that were previously difficult to recycle could now be converted into useful resources at a low cost. As resources and food gradually became self-sufficient, it had been a while since Jiang Chen transported any supplies back from the modern world. Instead, he often moved power armors produced here to arm his power armor brigade in the modern world. The last good news was that the NAC general who was ready to return home. Now that Shangjing was a part of NAC, Line 0 was emptied, and Russians were no longer a threat, the triumphant return was getting closer and closer. However, the survivors were still on the fence about whether or not this could be considered good news. But when they considered that the giant steel shadow would disappear from above their heads, people all breathed a sigh of relief. No one liked the idea of an electromagnetic pulse cannon over their heads. Just like no one liked the idea of being pointed by a gun. It's snowing. On the tall wall, Jiang Chen looked at the distant skyline. Through the flickering snow, the distant high-rises and the dawning glimmers of the morning merged into a line. If it weren't for the damaged buildings and streets, he really had an illusion of being in the center of the prosperous world. Next to Jiang Chen, Lu Fan was already in a new military uniform. As he blew out a cloud of white mist, he exclaimed, "Yes. The matter of the 4th Division will be handed over to you. If there is any difficulty, remember to let me know." "Will do," Lu Fan said solemnly. Jiang Chen nodded and patted Lu Fan's shoulder. Instead of the usual farewell words, his eyes carried the message. Then he walked to the elevator on the edge of the giant wall. Zheng Shanhe followed Jiang Chen. When he passed Lu Fan, he stopped and held his right fist against his chest. He performed a NAC military salute to his former commander. It was meant to congratulate him for his promotion and also send him a silent farewell. After Lu Fan returned the military salute, he gently punched the chest of his former comrade with a grin. "The brothers will be yours to look after." Zheng Shanhe stood straight and solemnly promised. "Yes, sir." "Prepare, depart." With the ring of Li Wang's coarse voice, the loaded AS order blew its melodious horn. The vortex engines gradually ignited and slowly pushed the steel behemoth forward. In the sight of the Shangjing survivors, more than a dozen airships, under the leadership of the giant steel airship, gradually drifted toward the south and eventually turned into a series of black dots on the horizon. In the cabin of AS order, the electric heat slowly radiated a drowsy warmth. Yao Yao was lying on her belly in front of the round window, humming a cute tune. She was blowing on the glass window while writing and drawing abstract things. At the same time, Jiang Chen sat on a comfortable recliner and looked at the ice crystals condensing outside the window. While he enjoyed the drowsy warmth, he let his thoughts drift off and killed off some of the boring traveling time. "We'll be in Wanghai tomorrow morning. I'll have to go back to the modern world shortly after. I don't know how Aisha, Xia Xiu, and Natasha have been. Are they getting along? After returning to the modern world, a lot of things must be resolved." In his head, there were random thoughts that constantly appeared. Just as Jiang Chen was about to fall asleep, a pair of clear and bright eyes moved from the window to beside his arms gazed at him earnestly. "You want to nap?" The soft voice rang in his ear. To be honest, Jiang Chen couldn't sleep after being gazed at like this. He reached out and squeezed the adorable face and smiled softly. I'm going to nap for a bit, is there anything you need? Yao Yao blushed while holding on to the corner of her skirt. Can we sleep like last time? Of course, Jiang Chen raised his eyelids. Help me turn the heat down. He didn't want to move at all. Aha! Yao Yao nodded happily and immediately ran to the heater to turn down the power. Then she returned to the recliner chair, took off her slippers, and climbed onto Jiang Chen with the same blushing face. The soft white stocking inadvertently brushed against him, making his thoughts go wild. But soon, this lingering feeling gradually calmed down with the sound of rhythmic breathing. Perhaps because it was too warm, the little girl quickly fell asleep on top of his chest. Looking at Yao Yao, full of joy between his arms, Jiang Chen smiled gently and buried his face in her fluffy hair. With the fresh scent of jasmine, he soon dozed off too. 12:20 The Grand Occasion AS order docked at the airship port in the 6th Street. When the army equipped in power armors and kinetic skeleton paraded through the main road in the 6th Street, the survivors paid the highest respect and applause to the soldiers who returned from the expedition. Flowers, cheers, applause. Jiang Chen, inside the brand new X-1 power armor, waved his hands at the excited crowd. He could feel people's enthusiasm as a smile appeared on his face. People's worship of heroes is eternal and lasted from ancient times to the present. From time to time, a young girl came forward with a blush, and handed the bouquet in Jiang Chen's hand, offered a hug, and then quickly ran back into the crowd. The guards and NAC knights who followed Jiang Chen also enjoyed the same treatment, just not as frequently as Jiang Chen, who was at the very front. Because of this glory, many people specially came to participate in this triumphant ceremony. After the Expeditionary Army's dissolvement the second day, they must take an airship back to Shangjing to report to the 4th Division. There were still people who could not make this trip, because NAC must maintain a minimum sense of military presence in Pingan Street. Many like Lu Fan were the ones who stayed behind. In the very front, Jiang Chen smiled and waved as he led the army forward. They slowly advanced towards the central square of the 6th Street. Look, look! The general seemed to have glanced at me just now, a girl said as she pulled on her best friend. No. He was obviously looking at me. The beautiful woman in the fallout shelter's winter clothes straightened her chest and said, overjoyed. Just as the two girls argued over who the general's sight stopped on just now, a mercenary at the entrance of the nearby tavern patted his thigh and sighed with regret. *K. If I knew there was such prestige, would have gone when they recruited. I would never have went to that merchant fleet for just 100 credits, and I almost got castrated by the mutated humans. The mercenary-looking man looked enviously at the power armors that walked by as he couldn't stop sighing. Come on, can you even survive for 2 seconds with your accuracy? His colleague, who leaned on the side with a wine bottle, mocked while he burped. I heard that our expeditionary force and the Russian border guards fought in the subway tunnel. Do you understand the concept of border guards? They are actual military troops. And we have won. If you can't even win against mutated humans, aren't you just going to be a deadweight? *K. How would you know if you didn't try? The mercenary argued with his face completely red. As the mercenaries were causing a ruckus, the bank beside the central square was packed at this moment. In the war mobilization stage, NAC issued war bonds as usual, and now it was finally time to cash them out. However, what really ignited people's enthusiasm was not the 2% profit, but the auction of trophies and loots. The assets that belonged to Ding Liwei, Wan Peng and other council members on Pingan Street would be auctioned at the 6th Street Bank hundreds of kilometers away. Factories, real estate, resources, and even the franchise rights of a certain industry were all the darlings these merchants chased after. It was an undeveloped virgin land. Although the weather was colder in the north, its development potential was much better than Hongqing and Wu City. Merchants in suits and leather shoes crowded inside the trading floor of the bank as they eagerly looked up at the information flashing on the big screen. Their fingers were placed right above their EP screens and bid through the external credit chip on the EP. What the? Who bid 1 million credits already? Who is this rich? A merchant exclaimed when he saw the auction price that jumped up 10 times compared to the starting price. It's probably someone from Zhao Group. They are determined to win the food trading rights. But NAC is really generous. It's so good to keep this in their own hands. It's a gold mine, another merchant sighed. Maybe the general has other plans. However, having said that, the credit points were originally issued by the military government. No matter how much money they make, it is just a number after all. You are right. By the way, I heard that there is a high density of mutant species in the subway stations in Shangjing, and there are many high-quality hunting grounds. Do you want to buy a hunting group? Winter is coming soon, the crystal market seems to have potential. Forget it. If even you could think of this idea, I think the crystal is going to fall again. What do you mean? The entire 6th Street was unprecedentedly lively. Of course, the liveliest place was the central square. Jiang Chen stood in front of the square, just like the last time he formed the expedition. He read the victory declaration in front of all the survivors and then awarded medals to the soldiers who returned. The award ceremony was also the most awaited part of the entire celebration. In the NAC's pyramidal citizenship hierarchy, the benefits and political rights enjoyed by citizens of different ranks were completely different. In this expedition, a total of 170 high-class citizens were newly promoted to NAC Knights. They could have their own T3 power armor, although they could only be stored in the warehouse under unified management, and could serve as officers in the military government above the rank of captain. In addition, there were a total of 510 newly promoted upper-class citizens, 1,520 middle-class citizens, and 3,000 lower-class citizens. Obtaining citizenship was equivalent to naturalization in the NAC military government system, which allowed the citizen to receive at least one ration and be allowed to settle in military zones such as the Fishbone Base. Although it was possible to apply for abandonment of citizenship, no one in their right mind would ever do so. Anyone with citizenship was highly sought after by unmarried girls and single women. If they couldn't gain achievements through war, marriage was the only way for them to become a citizen. Especially the newly promoted knights, they were considered a rare resource in the eyes of the unmarried girls in 6th Street. Being a knight lady was not only an honor, but it also meant a plentiful life. They could enjoy delicious white rice every meal, and meat raised from the beef cattle from the Garden of Eden. It was an enviable life that even factory owners and wealthy merchants dreamed of. It was precisely because of this that many people also jokingly referred to this ceremony as husband selection ceremony. And the facts have also proved this. According to statistics after the end of the last expedition, in the month after the ceremony, the number of marriages registered almost tripled compared to last month. Even Chu Nan discussed this issue with Jiang Chen. Proper foreign war could help eliminate poverty and decrease the number of singles. Of course, in addition to the knights, there was the most popular individual, and he was the one standing in the middle of the stage. Young, handsome, chic, and suave, at least in the eyes of all unmarried girls. But because of this one seemed a bit out of the reach in everyone's eyes. Success could conceal many shortcomings of a man, and even turn many shortcomings into advantages. To give a very popular example, because Jiang Chen is Jiang Chen, the fact that many love affairs were related to him could only be love affairs, and nothing else. Even those pre-war actresses, business elites, and women of high-ranking officials who have high self-esteem that recently exited the hibernation chamber, who strongly believed in women's rights from the pre-war era, looked at the tall figure on stage and felt their hearts pounding. It had nothing to do with power or wealth. The worship of heroes was human nature. 12:21 Before the return, just when the ceremony was about to reach its climax, inside a pink-colored room at the Lin Institute. It was Lin's second bedroom, as she occasionally stayed here to save herself the time from running between her lab and her bedroom. There were no boring experimental equipment and no smell of disinfectant. There were only some girly furniture and the unique fragrance of the girl, as well as two little Lolas who were chatting at the table. Lin Lin number 1001 gently knocked on the door, then she came in wearing a maid uniform and brought 2 cups of coffee. Yao Yao quickly got up and thanked her before taking the coffee from her hand. As for Lin Lin, she extended her hand like an emperor and enjoyed the service from her innocent and naive sister. She couldn't help it as her character has always been this, bad, towards people who were easy to bully. By the way, the maid uniform was also one of her wicked tastes. While elegantly enjoying coffee, Lin Lin listened to Yao Yao's narration of what happened in Shangjing before finally letting out a sigh. She put down the cup coffee and spat out her tongue. So you didn't make any progress? That's not true. Yao Yao was upset as she raised her eyebrow and protested. Big brother hugged me when we slept and kissed me on the forehead. Just a kiss. This is exactly no progress. Lin Lin pursed her lips before she smirked at Yao Yao. Maybe your beloved big brother is now rolling in the sheets with Sun Jiao. The sentence was a double-edged sword. Lin Lin, out of habit, blurted out the sentence to bully the cute Yao Yao. However, those words also hurt her. Humph, it's useless to lie to me. Brother Jiang Chen is still issuing the Medal of Honor at 6th Street. He won't come back until noon tomorrow. Yao Yao glanced at Lin Lin with the expression that said I won't be fooled by you. Oh. Lin Lin rubbed her aching chest as she forced a smirk. Let's not go home tonight then. Will someone put herself in that bad guy's bed? I heard that the foxy lady who is really good at singing wrote a song for him. Prosperity has promoted the development of culture. In particular, NAC held events such as galas and festivals during the Spring Festival, New Year's Day, and NAC National Day. Many merchants also spotted the opportunities in the market and invested in bands and singers for concerts and albums. It was also a way for the celebrities that entered the hibernation chamber before the war to go back to their old careers. Many stunning celebrities did consider Jiang Chen as an option. After all, the choice was obvious between singing to the general in his bed and performing to the undernourished survivors. Unfortunately, they did not wake up in time. At least for now, Jiang Chen rarely did scandalous things outside. Don't say that he is a bad guy, Yao Yao pouted. That's not the point. Lin Lin massaged her temples, feeling a headache was coming on. The bad-mouthing ability that was effective to Jiang Chen, Sun Jiao, and even the sly Xiao became useless in front of Yao Yao. She could only feel a sense of defeat. I feel defeated. Yao Yao did not bother with Lin Lin who was rubbing her temples as both of her hands were under her chin. However, she suddenly thought of something great as a sweet smile formed on her face. But then, it feels so warm to be hugged. When she saw Yao Yao's joyous smile, Lin Lin suddenly felt a hint of jealousy. Lin Lin pouted, then turned around and looked away as she muttered under her breath. Humph, you're so easily satisfied. Next time. I will not give you the opportunity to go. Lin Lin did not expect Yao Yao to nod and then respond so seriously. Aha. For sure, next time it's Sister Lin Lin's turn. Really? Lin Lin was a little flustered. Of course, thank you for supporting me last time. I just couldn't help you find Eden Technologies' cell bank. I'm really sorry, Yao Yao stood up and said apologetically. It's okay, it doesn't matter. Looking at the completely serious Yao Yao, Lin Lin quickly waved her hand. Sure enough, I'm not good at dealing with children. Lin Lin muttered in her mind while her cheeks began to feel hot. Although she has felt this way before, she suddenly felt Yao Yao was particularly cute at the moment. The autumn wind of October already brought the winter chill. Although there was no snowfall in Wanghai, the first snow was not far away. During the small ice age caused by the nuclear winter, this planet would only get colder. However, the cold did not freeze people's enthusiasm. Yesterday, 6th Street was immersed in the joy of festivities. People cheered and shouted for the longevity of the general as they celebrated the border expansion of NAC by a few hundreds of kilometers north. Until noon the next day, when Jiang Chen went home, the same celebratory atmosphere still lingered behind. In the office of the mansion, two figures embraced together. From afar, they looked like a painting. "Are you leaving again?" In his arms, Sun Jiao said with a hint of resentment. "Maybe I'll stay till the end of the year. I won't travel to far-off places anymore." Jiang Chen gazed into the sky and said emotionally, "I'm sorry I have to leave so soon after coming back. I couldn't even spend time with you." A gentle smile surfaced on Sun Jiao's lips. She leaned against Jiang Chen's chest for a while before she suddenly looked at him with a smile. "I heard you brought back a woman. Who did you hear that from?" Jiang Chen asked. "I didn't take her home. I just found an experiment subject for Lin Lin, swearing to heaven and earth, he did not do anything to Zhao Qiran." Then gentle lips blocked his words. Their lips parted. However, a faint lingering fragrance stayed behind. Looking at the beautiful smile inches away, Jiang Chen felt warmer inside. "No need to explain," Sun Jiao said softly, "I believe in you." Staring at her tender pupils, Jiang Chen suddenly laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Sun Jiao pouted and dissatisfiedly poked Jiang Chen's chest. "Nothing, I felt surprised." Jiang Chen softly grabbed Sun Jiao's hand. "Surprised about what?" "The queen that almost whipped me has now turned into a dignified and respectable Miss General," Jiang Chen joked. Sun Jiao took a second to process this information. Perhaps she began thinking about her past self, for she also burst out laughing. "Which one do you like?" Sun Jiao moved closer and softly bit his ear. Then she said in a playful tone, "If you miss the old me, I can take the rope out tonight. I like all of you." Jiang Chen put her hands around her slender and soft waist. This time, he kissed down. 1222 The discovery at Mine 071 at the Space Command Center in Celestial City. It was noon and the staff was resting. A man in a celestial trade uniform was munching on fries with ketchup while sliding his greasy hand on the holographic screen. He turned on a famous streamer who was streaming Godly Land. The neural-accessible VR online game took the world by storm. With miraculous intelligent real-time computation power, the game captured the minds of the players using endless plots and possibilities. The game captured over 95% of the VR MMORPG market. Gree was no exception. Before he became a celestial trade employee, he was already a big fan of Godly Land. Whenever he took lunch, he would go into a select few channels to watch the streamers doing unique missions, while he enjoyed his snacks. The stream was getting more exciting as a streamer called Shadow Demon was about to finish the plot of a unique mission and enter the boss fight, but then the headset he tossed on the table suddenly flashed red. Gree paused for a second when he saw the flashing red light. Although he was reluctant, he turned off the holographic screen in agony and put his feet back down on the floor before he grabbed the headset. It was the nature of his work. Because the communication resources of the Earth and Mars were precious, even during his break, he must sit at his desk and be on standby. The real break only happened after work when shift interns would take over. After he cleared his throat, he wiped the grease off of his mouth and skillfully pressed the button. "This is the Space Command Center, Agent 011 is at your service." There was a brief period of static noise in the communication before it quickly became clear. "This is Project Team 071. We found something special in the ground, we don't know how to describe our shock at the moment." Something special. Gree couldn't understand for a moment, but he did not dare to neglect what he had just heard. He immediately grabbed the pen from the table and jotted it down on a notepad. "Okay, Project Team 071, the Space Command Center has received your message. Can you describe it more in detail?" What did you find? There is a wide underground space, no groundwater, no ice. It's empty and the outer casing is metal. After scrapping about 5 drill bits, we have drilled through the outer casing. Inside we detected some metal objects, but they don't seem natural and we can't determine its source. Next to the Mars rover, Wang Chang made contact with the Celestial City Space Command Center through the Mars Communication Base Station. While looking at the screen of the instrument in his hand, he had a serious expression on his face. Next to him were 4 Marines in aerospace kinetic skeletons, and they were holding the new personnel weapon, Gaussian rifle. At this moment, the 4 Marines were cautiously guarding the drilling platform. When Wang Chang had hung up the phone, Captain Hong Zhui, who was standing next to him, immediately asked. What did the command center say? They asked us to continue to drill down and then drop in drones. Drop in drones? What if a monster comes out? Hong Zhui smiled bitterly. Or what if a Gundam appears, then we must be the side characters that die at the beginning of the movie. Wang Chang shrugged and put his arms on the Mars rover. He looked at the drill with a perplexed expression, or will be the Columbus that discovers the new world. You are the ship captain, you have to make the choice. January 1, 2020. After a relaxing 3-month holiday in the apocalypse, Jiang Chen returned to Coral Island on New Year's Day. The election campaign for Xian was in full swing. The holographic screen floating on the side of major streets in several major cities like Coral, Penglai, and Ange were either filled with advertisements of Future Group, or President Zhang Yaping's campaign declaration. Under the massive propaganda, other party candidates were all foils. In fact, even without these propaganda offenses, Zhang Yaping's chance of losing the election was almost zero. The past 4 years had been 4 years of rapid progress in Xian. The total GDP created in these 4 years exceeded the total GDP of this island country over the past few centuries. Many people watched the island country transition from sugar cane, fishery, and coconuts being the pillar industries to becoming a cosmic powerhouse, with the support Future Group who then seated Xian on the throne of the Earth Defense Alliance. Countless people sighed and regretted the fact that they lost the support of such a powerful corporation. Also stirring the international landscape was a general election on the other side of the Pacific. Although Xian achieved epic monuments in many fields and the world's center of gravity began to tilt from the Eastern Pacific to the Western Pacific, for now, the world's intersection was still at the Times Square, not a space elevator leading to the future of mankind. Compared with the stable election of Xian, the UA election was full of dramatic changes. A black horse broke out from the crowd, and Trump, under the race banner, unexpectedly won the candidacy of the party with the help of his Twitter empire, and unexpectedly became a popular candidate for the primaries. At the same time, while the Republican Party was still arguing over the candidacy, the Democratic Party was in the midst of a bloodbath. Negative news of Hill suddenly stormed the internet, and she was exhausted from deflecting scandals such as accepting foreign funds and private emails. Kerry suddenly resigned from his post of Secretary of State and broke the vow of not participating in the election. He said that he would lead the UA and the Democratic Party on the right path and began targeting Hill. John F. Kennedy emerged out of nowhere. After an open campaign speech, he changed from a little-known member of the House to a nationally renowned campaigner. His support rate skyrocketed, just like the black horse from years before. The three forces had attacked each other and it was a fierce battle for the primaries in March. Because of the subpar candidate from the Republican Party, who also made a fool of himself because of a particular incident, many people joked that the president would be decided in March. Under the glamorous appearances, it was a bloody and tragic battle between the capitals of Wall Street. Behind Kerry was Daniel Morgan and Hill was backed by the Rockefeller Consortium, and the Kennedy family itself was a member of the B-City Consortium's community of interests. The B-City Consortium's influence was not comparable to the two Wall Street giants, but they managed to find a strong foreign aid, Future Group. Before facing a more distant crisis, the problems of the human civilization seemed to be even more urgent. On the first day of the second decade in the 21st century, this azure planet welcomed this turbulent and unstable political landscape. Andre Island, located south of Koro Island, was a relatively large island outside of the Panu Nine Islands and was also a famous tourist attraction. It was rumored that the island was named after the sailor who first discovered the island on the Magellan fleet, and there was also a saying that the island was named after a London aristocrat who never visited Asia, because the island shared the same name as the island near Antarctica. Some members proposed to rename the island. However, since Xian was pushing for unified language and cultural compatibility, this proposal did not come to fruition. Jiang Chen, lying on the recliner, was leisurely enjoying his time off as the sea wind gently breezed by. He was drinking chilled smoothies while watching crowds play on the beach not far away. 2 days ago, after he had returned from the apocalypse, he brought Aisha, Xiaxiu, and Natasha to the holiday mansion near the beach. Although he owned a lot of private beaches, nothing really compared to the liveliness of a public beach. For example, beautiful women in swimsuits, gorgeous girls playing beach volleyball, and the waves that swayed around due to all the movement. As for safety, the ghost agents were on the lookout for him, and drones were on standby 24/7 near him. So he did not need to be concerned. Just as Jiang Chen's eyes were half closed and he was about to fall asleep, a document was gently placed on his face and covered his sight of the beach. The document slipped to his chest and Jiang Chen lazily picked it up. When he saw the black and white photo printed on the paper, his eyes narrowed and he took a brief look. This is Trump, a well-known real estate developer in the UAE. He is also a candidate for the 2020 election. This is a paper copy of his relevant information. Here is his campaign speech. On the recliner next to Jiang Chen, Aisha in a swimsuit tapped on the future around her wrist. After the holographic screen opened, she gently pushed it toward Jiang Chen. A Republican? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow as he examined the man in the video before he clicked the play button, and touched his chin with intrigue. Interesting. The holographic screen showed a campaign speech a few months ago on the lawn of a park in Nevada. The protagonist of the speech was the questionable nominee in the center of the storm, Mr. Trump. It was supposed to be a very formal speech, but Jiang Chen felt like he was watching a talk show. I'm rich, I'm very rich, I'm very very rich. So, I don't care how much money those Wall Street people will give me. I assure you that if you vote for me, at least the vote will not inexplicably appear in the pocket of Wall Street. Only I can represent your interests, only I can represent the UA dream, yes, only me. We shouldn't send people like Kerry who has no idea how to negotiate and sign an infuriating and comical agreement with them, then watch as they use our money to make weapons and act aggressively at the negotiating table. You know who I am talking about. That's right. It's him. Only someone who is more of a man can negotiate with him, not that old woman without a proper menstrual period. Tell me, will you vote for the old lady? The UA dream has been shattered. And I will reshape the UA dream, make it bigger, better, stronger, and make it great again. Thank you. At the beginning of the campaign, he offended the Wall Street, the female rights activists, and also directly targeted Kerry, and stated he will face that man. Are you sure this is a campaign declaration, not a declaration at an MMA fight? After Jiang Chen watched the video, he was not angry, but instead amused. Our analysis concluded that his chance of winning the March primaries is high and there are no strong candidates in the Republican Party, Aisha said. If he wins in the March primaries, then John Kennedy's biggest competitor will be him. Indeed, after watching this speech, even as a foreigner, I want to vote for him. After he had pushed the holographic screen aside, Jiang Chen said while trying to contain his laughter. Of course, even if he was laughing, this candidate already caught the attention of ghost agents and must be treated with caution. While Future Group and the B City Consortium were both backing Mr. John Kennedy, the UA was not XIN after all. The identity of Future Group remains sensitive and thus some things must be done under disguise, or rather, under constraints. Unlike the elections in Xian, the UA election was still at odds. Jiang Chen turned off the holographic screen, cleared his throat, he pressed his fist against his lower lip for a moment, then, he ordered. Collect his information and focus on his diplomacy and trade policy. I need to know what his attitude towards Xian and Future Group is if this interesting candidate was ultimately elected. Aha, I'll get on it. Aisha nodded seriously and was about to get up, but Jiang Chen pulled on her arm. She turned her head and was just about to ask what was going on when Jiang Chen interrupted. Forget about it today, go tomorrow. Looking at the smirk on his face, Aisha's cheeks turned red and she nodded lightly. Okay. The thoughts that have accumulated for a long time were all melted into passionate sweat. Natasha and Aisha were not repulsive toward doing shameful things together, only Xia Xiyu was still somewhat reserved. But with peer pressure from the two girls and too much champagne, she fell beside Jiang Chen with a blush, closed her eyes, and gave all her best to him. The next morning, leaning against the soft bed, Jiang Chen shook his drowsy head and turned his head. When he saw the satisfied expressions of the three women, there was a proud smile. He looked straight up at the ceiling, reminiscing of last night's madness. After he had returned from Shangjing, his three attributes also improved slightly. While he was still a long way from Sun Jiao, he was a superhuman by this world standard. Even Natasha was defeated in his hands. It was the power of technology. When Jiang Chen let his thoughts diverge, Kelvin phoned in. Jiang Chen quietly got up after moving the smooth arms wrapped around his neck away. After he covered the girls' three seductive and fascinating bodies, he put on his watch and went into the living room. When he clicked the accept call button, he yawned and sat on a chair. Hello. As soon as the call was connected, Kelvin immediately spoke. There is a situation on Mars. Perhaps Kelvin was worried that the weight of his words did not sound urgent enough, he added, it's Project 071. As soon as Jiang Chen heard the number 071, he immediately turned serious. Are there findings at mine 071? We have drilled into the target layer and found something unusual in it. Jiang Chen's pupils shook as he stood up and walked to the window. I'll rush to Celestial City as soon as possible. You are responsible for convening the relevant personnel of the project team to prepare the relevant materials. We'll meet in 10 hours. Understood. Kelvin replied. After he had hung up, Jiang Chen looked at the pleasant seascape outside the window and suddenly sighed. Originally he had planned to stay on this island for a week. But now his holiday must end early. On the space elevator heading to Celestial City, Jiang Chen stood by the floor-to-ceiling window of the head cabin and overlooked the blue covered with white that's slowly drifting away from his sight. Recalling the leisure time he had on the island over these last 2 days, it was really a shame to end it early. However, considering the importance of Mine 071, he could only sigh. A man walked to him. It's the view beautiful? Jiang Chen turned his head and raised his eyebrows after he saw the man. Then, he smiled and said, oh, it's you, what a coincidence. Wu Changfeng smiled and said in a sly tone. Because of work, I have to travel between Shangjing and Celestial City. I have had to spend at least a week in the space elevator this month. Jiang Chen chuckled and started chatting. Oh, is that medicine effective? I did become younger. Wu Changfeng nodded and said emotionally, your technical capability is astounding. Maybe after another 10 years, the world will yearn for the citizenship of your country. Huh, you're exaggerating. Jiang Chen laughed. It was indeed an over-exaggeration. Even now, Xian citizenship was coveted by many around the world. In his next term, President Zhang Yaping would gradually tighten the immigration policy. Right, I brought a few questions from my country. I don't know if Mr. Jiang can shed me some light. Oh. Jiang Chen asked. What questions? I heard that the project you're carrying out in the Martian colony is related to extraterrestrial civilization. That is a rumor. All projects involving extraterrestrial civilization will be made public to the primary members of the Earth Defense Alliance, and a vote must take place to devise whether the information is disclosed to the secondary member states, Jiang Chen immediately said righteously. Wu Changfeng processed the information and laughed. Mr. Jiang misunderstood. I have no other intention than clarifying. After the space elevator arrived, Jiang Chen and Wu Changfeng bid farewell before Jiang Chen took the express train to the Space Department of Celestial Trade. Wu Changfeng's words made Jiang Chen ponder while he was inside the train. Project 071 is closely linked to strong interaction materials and is one of the most confidential secrets of celestial trade. It is reasonable to say that no information from the project can be leaked. However, it seems that people have gotten wind of the project. He did not think Major General Wu would have just casually asked him that question. The Major General did not come from a simple background. While he was from the army, he came from the renowned General Staff Department Division 2. The name General Staff Department was not unfamiliar with Jiang Chen, as it served as the intelligence of Hua's army. Its presence was seen in everything from internal affairs to foreign affairs, not only powerful but also comprehensive. However, from Wu Changfeng's tone, they seemed to have indeed gained some information, but they could not verify the accuracy. Even Hua heard some information. Then, the Russians must also be aware of this. Is it through the transportation ship supplies? Or something else? Just as Jiang Chen was internalizing this thought, the train had arrived. Putting this problem aside, under the escort of soldiers, Jiang Chen walked out and headed to the Space Department. In the conference room of the Space Command Center, the relevant members of Project 071 were already sitting around the table. Everyone had a serious look on their face. Once any problem had the label of extraterrestrial civilization, it would automatically escalate to Class A in the confidentiality ranking of celestial trade. However, at the establishment of Project 071, it was already classified as Class S confidential, which demonstrated the importance celestial trade placed on this project. The door opened, and when Jiang Chen appeared at the door, all the top experts and researchers sat straight and stopped whispering. Jiang Chen sat down at the head of the table, cleared his throat and concisely said, "Sorry, the elevator encountered a strong airflow in the troposphere and it was 10 minutes late. Your time is precious, so let's get started." Then, Jiang Chen looked at Kelvin. Kelvin nodded and announced the beginning of the meeting. The lights in the conference room dimmed, and it was absolutely silent. It was decided by the project team that the frontline staff will deploy drones into the hollow layer below Mine 071. According to the data from the bottom, it's better for me to give you the diagram. Kelvin pressed the control and then looked at people around the table. By the way, this newly released 3D image is also classified as Class S. The three-dimensional graphics emerged. The pale blue light particles appeared out of thin air. It formed countless straight lines, reciprocated in the air, and illustrated the Martian landscape map layer by layer. Immediately afterward, the light particles filled under the Martian geomorphic network map, all the way down, and finally twisted into a spiral image. Everyone looked shocked. What is this? An inconceivable shape. The veins of a certain natural mineral. It's not quite like, could it be an alkaline albite vein? Mars has experienced large-scale volcanic activity, as evidenced by rock specimens shipped back from the colony. Considering the acidic environment of Mars, it is likely to be alkali. The traces left by the erosion of the igneous rock veins, it's possible, but it doesn't explain why we have anomalies in our seismic data. Could it be a rare mineral residue? Kelvin looked at the scholars whispering amongst each other before he gently coughed to get everyone's attention. He pressed his hands against the table before he said, "You can freely express your opinion. However, the first question to be discussed at this meeting is whether the discovery at Mine 071 is naturally formed, or the remains of extraterrestrial civilization, or something similar." The meeting room was silent. It took a while for the whispers to continue. If it is artificially formed, what is the significance of making a building spiral? In terms of space utilization, this construction is completely meaningless. At this moment, Dr. Amos, who had been sitting at the corner of the conference table without any presence from beginning to end, suddenly spoke up. I remember when I was 7 years old, my grandfather in Bavaria once took me to do an experiment, he said, then paused and looked at all the eyes that were now on him before he continued. He poured heated liquid aluminum into an ant nest, and then after the aluminum cooled, we could get an aluminum model of an ant nest. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Dr. Amos, but we are discussing Mine 071. A professor interrupted him with a mocking tone. Besides, there are no ants on Mars. I know, Amos shrugged. But who knows, maybe Mars, 3 billion years ago, was full of some kind of arthropods. You don't think this spiral structure looks like the internal structure of an ant nest? 1225 We have to use electromagnetic waves. Dr. Amos' field of research was in electrical engineering and neurology. He lived in a research institute on the basement floor of the Future Group with his daughter, who was still in elementary school. The neural bridging technology of celestial trade that enabled the human consciousness to directly connect with robots was one of his inventions. It even won the approval of a digitalized human from the 22nd century. The technology played a pivotal role in celestial trade space construction and mining field. Strictly speaking, his expertise was not compatible with Project 071, but geniuses always received many privileges. Jiang Chen often rewarded researchers who were invested in academic research and made outstanding contributions with more privileges. For example, Dr. Amos recently had a strong interest in aerospace and applied to join Project 071. Therefore, Jiang Chen immediately approved the decision. It was just that since the establishment of the project team, he seemed to be zoned out from the start. It was the first time he openly expressed his opinion. Dr. Amos stood up and said as he grew more excited. We could make a bold assumption that 3.7 billion years ago, the entire northern hemisphere of Mars was still a sea. At that time, Mars was the world of arthropods. They fought each other and finally a special species, who had more arms, or smarter brains, in short, were vastly different, ended up at the top of the food chain. Much like our ancestors did. Everyone around the conference table, including Jiang Chen, watched the passionate Dr. Amos with the same stunned expression. They used tens of thousands of years, or hundreds of thousands, or even millions, or tens of millions of years to end the Great Migration. They built a fire near a river and ignited the flames of the Stone Age. They were good at digging holes and more sensitive to ores than humans. They quickly moved from the Stone Age to the Bronze Age and quickly moved toward the Iron Age. Because of the collective consciousness and the restraint of reproduction, it may have taken them longer to be free from slavery and the matriarchal form of society compared to us. But in the endless struggle, they finally did it. They got rid of the old thoughts and finished the Renaissance era. They eventually went through the Industrial Revolution, and entered the modern era, and may have gone further than us, the society made up of arthropods. That is ridiculous. The previous professor who refuted him, said in disbelief, if they could go further than us, why have they never been here? Maybe they have been, Amos shrugged. It's just that you and I haven't noticed. The time scale of more than 3 billion years has gone beyond the reach of archaeologists. They may be older than the cyanobacteria from Archean rocks of Western Australia. Indeed, we don't rule out this possibility. Hawking, who also did not speak previously, suddenly spoke up and stood on Dr. Amos's side. Any species has the potential to evolve into a civilization. Especially in this magical universe, anything incredible can happen on the scale of billions of years. I still can't believe we have enough evidence to prove that. The table was divided into two sides. The conservatives thought that the discovery at Mine 071 was likely to be a natural phenomenon. It originated from large-scale volcanic activity 2 billion years ago. The spiral void was only formed after alkaline rocks were eroded by acidic groundwater, and the special mineral was only sprayed out from the inner mantle. The other side's perspective was bolder, or full of imagination. As Dr. Amos said, this spiral formation was not a natural phenomenon at all, but rather buildings of a civilization that humans could not understand. Or ruins. We have to go down to find out. A scientist was rubbing his temples as he said with a bitter smile. The drone can only reach 6 kilometers underground. The expression on Kelvin's face was somewhat helpless. This also surprised us the most. The iron content in Martian soil is too high, and the target area may be a rich iron ore, causing the electromagnetic waves to be attenuated. We have increased the power of electromagnetic waves to the limit, but the size of the drone can only be so big, unless we build a communication base station below, but this is impossible. Wired transmission. Jiang Chen frowned. There is no equipment, Kelvin shook his head. It is on Mars, not our lawn. It's not difficult to design a wired transmission detector, but Mars is now moving to apogee. If all goes well, we may only see what's inside Mine 071 next year. Wait until 1 year later. For aerospace research, waiting for 1 year may not be a problem. But waiting for a year to drop a detector may be too slow. Just when everyone was in deep thought, Dr. Amos spoke again. Maybe we don't have to choose electromagnetic waves. Breaking the silence at the conference table, this time Amos looked at Jiang Chen and said in a subtle tone, electromagnetic wave communication may not be possible, but the thing I'm studying, may be possible. When Jiang Chen heard this, he understood what he meant. That's right, electromagnetic waves can't do it, but it's not difficult for that thing to do it. Klein particles. Klein particle waves can transmit information through the fourth dimension. If it can easily permeate through time's boundary, it can easily pass through a few kilometers underground. However, only Jiang Chen and Dr. Amos knew about Klein particles. Therefore, everyone else was completely confused by the phrase, maybe we don't have to choose electromagnetic waves. What is it? Kelvin had to ask. Another Class S confidential? Dr. Amos shrugged. Perhaps even higher. Let's end today's meeting here. After understanding what Dr. Amos meant, Jiang Chen stood up and looked around the scholars and experts before stopping on Kelvin. Come and see me after. Okay. Kelvin nodded. After the meeting, Jiang Chen asked Amos to wait for him at the gate of the express train, then he walked with Kelvin. Other members of the Earth Defense Alliance may have gotten some news, but it is nothing substantial. They may know something big is happening on Mars, but they're confused about the details. You're worried, Kelvin's eyes flickered. Yes, Jiang Chen nodded seriously. Now is the moment we need to be united. Unnecessary suspicions may cause cracks in our alliance. But we can't prove that Project 071 is connected to extraterrestrial civilization, telling them will do nothing except create more arguments. Kelvin smiled bitterly while he shook his head. How did the information get leaked? The port? Or, putting that problem aside. With the business activities of Celestial City increasing by the day, it's very difficult for such a large project to be completely disguised. Especially when we dispatched Marine Corps to Mars, it would be odd if no one suspected anything. Jiang Chen shook his head. We must know what is hidden in that mine. If it's a treasure, then get it quickly. If it's just a pile of scraps, then clarify the misunderstanding. After a pause, Jiang Chen went on. After you go back, I want you to do something right away. Go ahead, Kelvin said immediately. Transfer the command authority of the frontline working team of Project 071 directly to me, and I'll personally take command of the situation. 1226 Witnessing a historical moment after the meeting, Jiang Chen and Dr. Amos returned to the surface. Judging from his past experiences in celestial trade, it was his shortest trip on the orbit by far. When they arrived at the offshore platform of the space elevator, Jiang Chen directly used his authority and mobilized a military helicopter to bring him and Dr. Amos to Future Building. The helicopter landed directly on the tarmac of the roof. After they got off, Jiang Chen followed Dr. Amos and arrived at his institute. The glass door opened slowly. Amos rubbed his daughter's blonde hair and said softly, "Million, go play in your room." The little loli, who was drawing on the table, got up and looked at Jiang Chen anxiously before she quickly ran back into her room with her drawing book. Amos walked to the lab with Jiang Chen. He reached out and clicked a few buttons on the holographic screen. Then, he took a helmet from an equipment that was blowing white smoke and handed it to Jiang Chen. "Science is just so wonderful. With this helmet, we can share the same brain with the drones tens of millions of kilometers away." After Jiang Chen took the eccentric-looking helmet, he looked at Dr. Amos with a puzzled expression. "Why did you send that drone to Mars?" "In order to prove the impact of the distance on the attenuation of the Klein particle wave signal, and the long-distance communication delay, all those exciting problems. Speaking of which, didn't you approve that batch of experimental equipment sent to Mars?" The young doctor looked at Jiang Chen and wondered. "I seem to have forgotten." Jiang Chen awkwardly looked away. "Okay." Amos shrugged. The awkward topic ended. After Jiang Chen laid down on the chair, he put the helmet on and looked at the stream of data flashing in his field of view. "Are you sure you can get in touch with a drone on Mars as long as I wear this stuff?" "Yes, I experimented with this myself a month ago, and the result was quite spectacular." Dr. Amos' tone was relaxed. "Why don't I do this? I can't wait to see the remains of the former civilization." It was the moment to witness history. Jiang Chen, who had already put on the game helmet on, could not just easily give up this opportunity. His line of sight moved across the interface formed on his retina. He was familiarizing himself with the control while he asked Dr. Amos. "If I put on the helmet, how do I control it?" "No worries, non-human devices use the driver's perspective." Dr. Amos explained, "The helmet comes with a tutorial. As long as you know how to operate a power armor, there should be no problem operating this. How about, let me do this? Allow me to refuse." Mars. The door of the buffer compartment slowly opened, and a burly soldier quickly walked beside his cabinet and took out his kinetic skeleton and rifle. "Urgent mission. Related to Mine 071. Yes. *T, I'm really fed up. Carrying a heavy rifle, standing in the middle of the desert, and watching a group of researchers play with computers. I thought I came here to fight Martians. Where are the Martians? There is only sand here, and endless sandstorms." A man with an English accent complained while he clipped on his helmet. "Enough, Jim, if you're dissatisfied, complain to the psychiatrist. Now put on your helmet and close your mouth. If the Martians get out of the ground, I promise you will be in front." The captain, already equipped, stood in front of everyone and held his rifle. "Last check on oxygen tank, air pressure valve, and the weapon in your hands. Are you ready?" "Yes, sir." "Roll out." Equipped inside the bulky aerospace kinetic skeleton, soldiers armed with Gaussian rifles ran out of the colony and entered a vehicle the size of a tank. Following behind the rover, a convoy that consisted of 2 vehicles traveled in the vast desert. The dim yellow light in the sky was as oppressive as the dusk of the apocalypse. There were even some hint of other colors mixed into the scattered ray. The communication channel was filled with annoying noisy static, which was equally as annoying as the endless dull yellow sand. The gamma value is beyond the normal threshold and there is solar wind activity. The anti-radiation equipment has been checked, everything is normal. Wang Chang examined the instruments on the rover and said with a grin. James, sitting in the co-pilot position and wearing heavy equipment, frowned and looked out the window. "Today is not suitable for a mission. I don't know what the command center thought." He was the deputy of Wang Chang, a Canadian, who was once a geological engineer at Vail. After the bankruptcy of the Rothschild Bank, he was laid off by the company due to budget cuts. After he immigrated to Xi'an, he joined the Celestial Trade Solar Exploration Department and was deployed with the Marines a few months ago. It was the farthest place he has ever been in his life. Were you thinking of drinking some coffee, in an air-conditioned room, while relaxing? Wang Chang snorted. Forget it and get ready to work. Today's work is easy, I can do it myself. Can you make me a cup of coffee? The task was very simple: open the X1101 box, Class S confidential, and put the drone down the mine. Then, kill some time in the rover before the ground command center sends further instructions to tell them to return. To be honest, even after a few months, these colonists still anxiously wondered if Martians would storm out from underground, charge at them with laser guns, and tear them apart with their giant horns. It was not until they scrapped 5 drill bits to drill a hole 5 kilometers down, did all their worries disappear. If anyone else had a hole drilled through their roof, there would definitely be consequences. However, since they could still stay there and drink coffee, it was pretty obvious there were no Martians. They were scaring themselves. Wang Chang got out of the rover in a spacesuit and walked to the well with the suitcase. Then he placed the suitcase on the ground. He pulled a cable from the sleeve of the spacesuit and connected it to the suitcase. The safe application quickly accepted the security authorization and popped open the suitcase. He pursed his lips, took the fist-sized drone out of the box, and gently tapped on it with his finger. "Okay, little guy, we have to count on you now. Okay, little guy, we have to count on you now." Jiang Chen looked speechlessly at the guy in the spacesuit as he released the drone. Then he began to control the spherical drone and flew down the well. Back on the rover, Wang Chang took off his spacesuit in the buffer compartment and sat back into the driver's seat. James next to him was drinking coffee while watching the drone disappear down the well. Intelligent? Wang Chang leaned back against his seat, then he took a sip of his coffee before he grinned. What else? You think it's controlled remotely by the ground command center? Even with hyperlight-speed communication based on quantum effects, the delays in communication with Mars and Earth was still in the thousands if not 10,000 milliseconds. The best way to put this into perspective would be like playing an online game where the character lagged by half a minute. Communication was not an issue, but it would be hysterical to control a drone. However, Wang Chang did not know that the drone he released was not communicating based on electromagnetic waves, but based on a Klein particle communication chip embedded with crystal fragments. After the drone entered the well, it took about half an hour before the drone Jiang Chen controlled finally arrived at the bottom of the tunnel where the metal shell was drilled through. Let's take some photos first. Jiang Chen pointed the camera at the hole. Although the previous drone already photographed the scene, neither the resolution nor the lighting were comparable to the drone with the latest technology. While pressing the shutter, Jiang Chen controlled the drone and flew into the hollow layer with the spiral structure. The space of 5 kilometers was unexpectedly empty, at least emptier than the hologram concept map shown at the meeting. The spiral tunnels looked like a trunk. At every interval, the space extended to the surrounding and resembled leaves on the tree. All the rooms were empty, and nothing was there except for the buildup of dirt. After Jiang Chen took a few photos of the rooms, he continued down. The spiral space was particularly long and extended down to a depth of 10 kilometers. Here, the composition of the air changed slightly. Although it was still dominated by carbon dioxide, the oxygen content was much higher compared to before. The Martian also breathed oxygen. This is a new discovery, right? Jiang Chen looked at the data on the drone and muttered. When he arrived at the last layer of the spiral tunnel, Jiang Chen passed through an open door, circular in shape, and slowly drifted into a spherical space. However, when he entered the spherical space, he felt slightly uneasy. This kind of uneasiness was like being watched by death claws, or mud crabs in the dark. The only difference was that his intuition told him that it was not hostile, it seemed to be purely observing him. He suddenly had a hunch that he had encountered a bit of an issue. I feel a little weird here. I'll get Amos. When he looked around the lines on the spherical space wall, the uneasiness in his mind grew stronger. Just as he was about to interrupt the connection with the drone and change to Dr. Amos, a white light suddenly illuminated from underneath him, engulfing the entire space together along with the floating drone. He didn't know how long it took. Suddenly Jiang Chen opened his eyes and sat up from the ground. Where am I? He put his hand on his sore forehead, then slowly climbed up from the ground, stood up straight, and began to look around. A cool breeze blew in his face, and the air was fresh. It was not the ruins of Mars underground, nor the laboratory of Dr. Amos, but a wilderness, a place that resembled the African savanna. And he was no longer a drone. When he looked around, the entire land was golden, like a field of wheat. Under the gentle breeze, the wheat swayed freely. In the distance, there was a steep red clay wall. The mountains looked like they were cut by a giant machete, square, without any spectacular shape. Jiang Chen squatted down and carefully observed the wheat under his feet. Although it looked like green foxtails, neither the color or the shape matched the species in his memory. Just as he was studying the environment around him, a ball of light popped up from nowhere, and it crackled around him twice. A mammal? Surprising. Surprising. Jiang Chen looked at the ball of light and carefully took 2 steps back, staring directly at it. Just when Jiang Chen was planning to ask it, "Who are you?" he heard a faint sigh. Yes. On Mars, mammals are like endangered species. I believe if one day you saw the tigers and lions in your zoo follow your appearance and action, and invent their own words, I'm afraid you'll be equally as surprised, if not more. If you use your language to describe this shock, it's probably this feeling. Jiang Chen took a moment to process this information and suddenly realized something. He frowned. Have you read my memory? Please forgive me for taking the liberty to. If I didn't do it, I wouldn't be able to communicate with you. The ball of light expressed its apology in a calm tone. Well, can you tell me who you are? Jiang Chen asked. I'm a piece of memory, the light ball replied truthfully. Memory? Is it similar to AI? A holographic image? Jiang Chen still held a frown on his face. After the light ball was silent for a moment, it gave a very ambiguous response. Yes and no. Similar, but there are differences. The light ball's words made Jiang Chen confused, and as he tried his best to understand the concept, he suddenly recalled that he had seen something similar. Lin Lin. No, precisely, it was Tingting, when he connected his spirit with the Queen of the Harmony civilization. As if he crossed the barrier of the dimension with the Brahma colonization ship, he was exiled to a strange universe, a strange planet, witnessing their culture, technology, society, and so on, moving in the wrong direction. It felt extremely similar. Just like his soul exiting his body, it felt like he crossed the distance between time and space and drifted away to another corner of the universe. He didn't know what words he could use to describe this wonderful feeling, and he didn't know how to express his astonished state. But he already knew what happened to him. If he were right, the land under his feet should be Mars from more than 3 billion years ago. It was Mars more than 3 billion years ago. The wind gusted around Jiang Chen as he looked at the endless wilderness. He was dumbfounded. Just then, the light ball next to him continued on. See those rooms? Jiang Chen organized the messy thoughts in his head and forcefully nodded. I see them. Those were originally full of works of art and valuable antiques. They recorded our tens of thousands of years of civilization. Before the apocalypse arrived, we tried everything in an attempt to leave something in this cold universe. Yet, as you can see, nothing in time is eternal. It seemed to be reminiscing about something, as the silence lingered for a long time. What should I call you? Jiang Chen asked. We don't need a voice to communicate. Based on your language, you can call us Civilization of Gaia, the light ball said. Gaia? The mother of the gods in Greek mythology, the one that overruled the land, the most respected god among all gods. She was the first primitive god born in chaos and was worshipped as one of the original natural forces that created life. As for why it chose this word from the Earth civilization to name its civilization, perhaps only it would know. Well, Gaia. I'll call you Gaia. Jiang Chen turned to look at the light ball, then asked, so Gaia, what are you going to do to me? However, Gaia did not answer his question, but whispered. Listen, it's about to start. Just as it finished its sentence, Jiang Chen suddenly noticed two strange monsters appear about 50 meters in front of him. He called them monsters because he had never seen such ugly insects. One was the size of a calf. Its back was full of scales, countless long legs grew out from its abdomen, and its swaying tail was like a chain, screaming in the air. The sharp teeth were like two pairs of sickles, and the hundreds of steel teeth in its mouth were like needles, sharp and bloodthirsty. The other monster was the size of a tiger. The two antennas on the top of its head were like tentacles. It was like a giant ant, except it had two more legs. The front half of its body was already in the air. Two spears made out of unknown substance pointed at the centipede-like beast. Suddenly, the grass next to it moved. The soil collapsed and 5 ants ambushing underground suddenly snuck out, throwing their spear toward the centipede. The ants could easily support weight 30 times its body weight, so the spears were more like cannons as they easily penetrated the armor of the centipede, scattering its green blood all over the earth. The prey desperately tried to swing its chain-like tail, trying to escape from the attack of these ants. However, with the organized attack of these ants, the struggle was futile. Dust was flung into the air as the fight continued on. The prey gradually lost its strength due to the loss of blood. The strong arthropods moved forward, controlled the prey, and scraped its soft belly with sharp oar. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen thought for a moment and asked. Those are Gaia's. Yes, the light ball shook. Those hunters with spears are Gaia's. And the beast that is armed to the teeth is one of the most dangerous creatures on the planet. Its bite force is probably 5 times that of the deathclaw. You know about deathclaws? I did say I have seen your memory. Please don't be nervous, only you and I are here. And I'm just a piece of memory. The light ball read the caution in Jiang Chen's eyes as it softly explained. Because of many factors including gravity and the environment, the mammals on this planet are weak. They are short and fragile, and are not even interesting enough for us to hunt. This planet used to be dominated by arthropods. All resources such as groundwater, minerals, and energy were also buried in the ground that could only be accessed by those who excel at digging. Jiang Chen looked at the light ball in surprise. He was not surprised that the Mars depicted more than 3 billion years ago turned out to be a world ruled by insects, but he was surprised by the fact that Amos had guessed it all with purely his imagination. We learned to use tools and finally stood at the top of the food chain. Even the most dangerous and bloodthirsty devil worm fell under our spears. And our civilization started from this day. We excavated our own Great Wall underground, used granite to reinforce our caves, used the hard shells of prey to make armor, and tied together branches and sharp stones to make spears. A devil worm's cub is the most delicious food. We built our own ranch underground. From that, we grew our own fungi, and developed our own civilization. The sun and the moon rose and fell above them. The plants beneath them grew and died. Jiang Chen watched as the mountain was flattened, the ravine was dug out from flat ground, and Gaias in armors crawled out from underground and charged at another group of Gaias. They rode devil worms and some other species he had never seen before, were dressed in armor, and charged at the enemy front line. The two forces collided and green blood splattered in the air. Iron Age. The light ball whispered, our keen sense of minerals helped us find iron ore. When a prophet of our civilization perceived the iron smelting technique, our civilization transitioned from the Stone Age to the most barbaric era, the Iron Age, at an incredible speed. The killing gradually stopped. When the last Gaia pulled its spear out from its same kind, it lifted up the blood-stained flag from the ground, shook the antennae on its head, and slammed its spear and flag together into this piece of land. We don't have vocal cords, but in contrast, our brain is very developed. We rely on our antennae to communicate. Although more often, we rely on the spear in our hands. All tribes were built around a female, and a tribe usually had only one female. Our antennae were antennas, and our neural signals can be directly converted into electromagnetic waves. We were born onto an invisible net, a net with the female at its core. For the same kind on different signal bands, our choice was usually war. Raid their cubs, livestock, kill their female, and occupy their nest. Then we repeated the same fusion day after day, then repeated the same separation. The sun and the moon continued to rise and fall, and the spear and flag were replaced by a stone monument. The battlefield previously covered with corpses was now covered by complicated tunnels with low-rise buildings and walls built. Although we lived underground, due to being limited by tradition and belief, almost all of our wars were fought on the surface. Even in the most difficult times, we were not willing to live on the surface. There was no interest in the sky, but the monument was an exception. We were keen on building monuments on the ground to commemorate the victory that once happened there. But that's it, we never stayed on the surface for too long. In a sense, this tradition or belief was what restricted our exploration of the universe in later years. But if you ask if we regret our choice, our answer is no. We have never regretted it. The sun and the moon continued to rise and fall. Jiang Chen noticed that the countless monuments had collapsed, and the walls guarding the monuments were destroyed in the flames of war. However, the only constant was that the prosperous fires still grew with resiliency, and germinated in the dark age of blood and barbarism. At this moment, the light ball that had been silent for a while gently moved and started speaking. I noticed that in your memory, the time of existence of your matriarchal society is very short. However, in our civilization, the matriarchal society only started to be challenged in the late Renaissance. However, it took us 20,000 years to go from the Dark Age to the Renaissance. 20,000 years. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. It took 20,000 years to transition from the Dark Ages to the Renaissance. This is almost longer than the entirety of human civilization. You may be surprised. 20,000 years is too long for any living creature, but this was simply because of living habits. There is nothing to elaborate on. There is nothing to see above. I will take you down, said the light ball. The scene gradually changed. Jiang Chen watched the soil at the bottom of his feet dissolve as the gravel collapsed downwards. He then watched himself sink to the ground, cross the distance of over 10,000 meters, and stand in an underground nest. He previously thought that it must be full of unordered, tinophobic holes, but to his surprise, he saw a spectacular stone-paved pavilion. Solemn and sacred, each brick and tile was built with the vibe of the civilization and its unique aesthetics. Markets, houses, barracks, all the functional facilities were connected by the tunnel to the central pavilion. Everything surrounded the mother nest and formed a three-dimensional city. He didn't know where every tunnel led to, and he didn't know what each Gaia was doing, but from their busy appearance, it was difficult to not feel the prosperity. Whether it was a worker, a miner, a farmer, a soldier, or a civilian, they had gained the same power after the revolution, and enjoyed all the power from private assets to mating. The matriarchal society had come to an end, and the class structure that revolved around the mother eventually collapsed in the flame of industrial revolution. We used steel and oil to create siege beasts. They were able to freely charge in the ground, rendering all fortifications useless. Even the devil worm was just like a cockroach in front of them. The cavalry completely exited from the stage of history. War returned to the barbaric three-dimensional era. We began to learn to arm ourselves with machines, to replace the weak parts of our body because of evolution, and to destroy our enemies in the most efficient way. Although the barbarism did not change, in this era, any Gaia had the same power, and the concept of equality was deeply rooted in the hearts of our people. We wrote all of these into our code. If you came to me 1 billion years ago, maybe you could still see that stone monument, but now, nothing is left, and when all this came to a close, it was the beginning of prosperity. The mechanical centipede that agitated the earth disappeared, and the walls of the pavilion collapsed backwards. Thousands of spiral-like buildings, magnificent like work of arts, rose up in the darkness, stretching its branches in the depths of the ground, just like high-risers of human civilization. At this moment, Jiang Chen finally understood what he found in Mine 071. All the backwardness of the matriarchal society ended and was replaced by a larger and greater empire. They completed the unification and connected all the cities together by rail and tunnel. After the tens of thousands of years of ignorance had passed, the Gaia civilization ushered in a golden age of prosperity and growth. It's incredible. Through the gravel, Jiang Chen stared blankly at the crowded people on the spiral high-rises. I understand your astonishment, probably just like when I saw you appear in front of me. The light ball whispered, if the revolution smashed the old thoughts, then the unification after the Industrial Revolution led our civilization into the golden age of prosperity. But this was not our best time. The truly best time was after 1,000 years when we invented the nerve augmentation device. The nerve augmentation device made the antennae on our heads more powerful, our sounds can be transmitted to more distant places. If you find it difficult to understand, you can compare its meaning to your internet. Jiang Chen nodded. He understood the analogy. After all, he didn't have antennae, and he didn't know how to turn his thoughts into electromagnetic waves. The golden age that Gaia said was probably the same as the internet era that Earth civilization entered at the end of the 20th century. The nerve augmentation device for Gaia was probably equivalent to the phantom helmet for humans. All needs could be met through virtual reality, all individuals were unprecedentedly happy. If you want me to summarize the differences between the two civilizations as someone who has been dead for 3.7 billion years, I think it is probably an understanding of the word happiness. When we entered the nerve augmentation era, our spiritual needs were met with unprecedented satisfaction, and the only reason we were still unsatisfied was probably due to our obsession of metal. I remember I said that we were extremely sensitive to the smell of minerals and ores. This sensitivity had not changed in tens of thousands of years, we were immersed in the happiness surrounded by metal. The pursuit, or the greed of all metals was probably the driving force behind the progress of our civilization. And this greed turned into a deadly poisonous wine at the end. The tone of the light ball was mixed with some emotion as it continued to narrate the story. A poisonous wine? Jiang Chen asked. Yes, the light ball swayed gently. I will take you and you will understand. Over the thousands of years, the scene changed again. There was a ripple in the air and Jiang Chen followed the light ball. Jiang Chen crossed a transparent film and came to a spherical space made entirely of metal. In this spherical space, a machine with strange shapes was connected by an alloy skeleton. It's hard to feel just by looking, the light ball said softly. We are now standing on the core of Mars, and this planetary furnace is the greatest technological crystallization of our civilization. The planetary furnace. Jiang Chen swallowed hard. He couldn't imagine how the species, called Gaia, actually dug through the planet 3.7 billion years ago. Not be mentioned transforming the entire Mars core into a furnace for smelting iron or other minerals and turning the entire planet into their factory. Planetary furnace. The word madness is not enough to describe their behavior. The light ball continued while it looked calmly at the shock on Jiang Chen's face. Our industry was very developed. When the surface can't satisfy our appetite, we dug down into the mantle. When the mantle was not enough to meet our needs, we aimed at the core. The core was rich in mineral deposits. It was an iron ocean in here, even if we only drew a little bit from it, it was enough to make our civilization take a big step forward. As it spoke, the light ball paused and sighed softly. But you also know that once something takes the first step, it will never be able to stop. Time has weathered everything, and turned what we forged over hundreds of centuries into iron filings. Have you seen the sand outside? Every rusted gravel is the tears of Gaia. 1230 Inheritance and Jiang Chen looked at everything that was happening in front of his eyes and was silent for a long time. After a while, he finally squeezed out a question. Why don't you go to the other planets? If you can reach even the core, it shouldn't be difficult to get out of this planet. I have to correct your point of view. Not everyone is looking forward to the sky, the light ball said in a calm tone. We are more willing to explore downwards, and the solar system was quite young at the time. Young means barren. In fact, from long ago, we also tried to explore the sky above us, but no one wanted to leave this piece of land. We would rather stay in the cave for a lifetime than to stay on the surface for a second too long, let alone the more distant universes. We have no tradition of traveling far away, all our traditions, beliefs and cultures revolve around our minds. We took the metal of the core and replaced the geomagnetic field with a magnetic generating device. However, when we tried to use the power of the entire planet to create the strongest metal, it caused a terrible disaster. The magnetic field of Mars disappeared, and the solar wind blew away our atmosphere. The plants withered and lives vanished. The ecological reserves that we built on the surface for centuries were destroyed in an instant. Under the radiation, countless of our kind passed away in sickness. Everything happened so suddenly that we were not prepared. At the start of the apocalypse, we put all the works of art, antiques, and anything that can prove that we existed in this building. But in the end, it seems that only the building itself lasted. The silence lasted for a long time. With a sigh, Jiang Chen said softly. This is regretful. Regretful? The light ball seemed to be smiling, and even Jiang Chen did not know why he felt this way. In fact, when the apocalypse was coming, we felt everything except regretful. I have said, we are frivolous about minerals, obsessed with metal. In the end, we created the strongest and most powerful metal in nature, and its existence even exceeds our definition of metal. Although we have exhausted our final fate, it is in some ways the perfect ending to us. The tone of the light ball was very peaceful, and every note was calm, even till the last moment. To him, it was not an elegy of civilization, but just an ancient story. That was it. We have no other wishes, nor requests. The last Gaia passed away peacefully in this hall. Our only wish is to hope that you can remember that in this universe, there used to be this civilization. You have passed on our memories, and I must give you a gift in appreciation. If our knowledge can help you solve the problems you are facing, please take it freely. The door is below your feet. As for the key, we stored it in a spacecraft and placed it in the orbit of Mars. Since you can get here from the distant Earth, it should not be difficult to find it. It is a sphere that weighs 100 kilograms. It is the crystallization of the Gaia civilization. Having said that, the light ball sounded relieved. It's all over and I can finally rest. Perfect, my time is almost up. Jiang Chen hurriedly asked, wait, that strong interaction material, how did you, that thing? We call it planetary forging technology. The ball gradually dimmed, but the sound from it was as calm as ever. Planet forging technology. Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. Even if we had a lot of time, it's very cumbersome to explain. So don't think about it. In order to make that ball, we've almost exhausted all the strength of our civilization. The sound from the light ball was weakened to an extreme, it was like a dying candle flickering in the wind. Just as Jiang Chen was about to ask a few other things, everything around him began to collapse. With the fading world, the light ball gradually turned into light particles. With the last memory of the Gaia civilization, he fell into the bottomless darkness. Staring at the darkness that gradually drifted away, Jiang Chen suddenly began to question himself. Just like the emptiness, it not only engulfed the memory of the Gaia civilization, but also the universe. If the core is the end of the Gaia civilization, then where is the end of human civilization? No, it's really not me, I didn't do anything, with a cold barrel against the back of his head. Dr. Amos frantically typed in front of the computer. Weird, how could it be? All the data is normal, but the drone is gone. The signal is lost? Hell. Aisha aimed a pistol at Dr. Amos as she looked coldly at the doctor in the white coat. Behind her stood a team of heavily armed soldiers that were holding Reaper assault rifles. The black tactical helmet blocked their eyes, but could not block their murderous vibe. What if I unplug the power supply? Aisha said coldly. It may have unpredictable consequences for the brain. I advise you not to do that, Dr. Amos said while sweating profusely. A desire to kill flashed in Aisha's eyes as her thumb moved to the safety. Please, don't do this, Amos's tone was mixed with pleading. Ghost agents stood behind him and the door was guarded by the most powerful special force in celestial trade. They were all people that didn't blink when they killed, and these guys only recognize one person, the person currently in the chair. Who would have thought that Jiang Chen would be unconscious in his lab for 3 days? Jesus Christ, he tried the device on himself countless times and never experienced a problem. The one time something happened, Jiang Chen was the one wearing the device. Could it be because of the remains of that civilization? But it was tens of millions of kilometers from here. God, if he knew this would happen, he would never have dared to let Jiang Chen witness history with the helmet. He would much rather something happen to himself since he still has million. Dr. Amos, I heard that you are from Frankfurt. Yes, but I swear to God that I have nothing to do with the Freemasonry or the Curofian. Damn it, I came to Xian because I wanted to distance myself away from those things. If you don't believe me, Dr. Amos was going to say, if you don't believe me, you can ask your husband, but looking at the still motionless Jiang Chen, he swallowed the sentence back down. Angering the lioness would only make the situation worse. I'm sorry that I am not a Christian. Now you are suspected of murdering the president of Celestial Trade. If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, I am afraid you can only explain it to God, Aisha said slowly, word by word. Zhu Yu stood next to Aisha and was silent. While she was also worried about Jiang Chen, she was also surprised. She always thought that her instructor was a relatively emotionless, cold-blooded woman, but she did not expect that she would be angry and irrational because of someone else. Ahem, just then, a cough came from the corner of the room. Every pair of eyes focused on the source of the sound. Jiang Chen slowly sat up from the chair, reached out, and took off the helmet on his head. He shook his sore head, met the eyes that were focused on him, and suddenly felt confused. What happened? You're finally awake. Amos looked at the muzzle that moved away from his head and collapsed in his chair while feeling completely exhausted. With his last strength, he joked. If you were 2 seconds late, your wife might have already sent me to see God.